Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, February the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, can I get a yes, yes? Thank you very much. So you can see my screen, you can hear me. Excellent. So, guys, there's action with GME and AMC. If you don't know what's happening today, congressional hearings, and the Wall Street Bets guy is going to be there. So there's action right now with GME and AMC. Should be interesting, to say the least, today to see what happens. Now, yeah, G-Tech. My goodness, G-Tech. I woke up right about here. I got up at, that's 4 o'clock my time. And so G-Tech, I almost got it. I didn't quite get it. So, but G-Tech, gap up on an EV play. Electric vehicle sector play. This has been an active one in the past, but not this active. This is unbelievable, 186%. The gap up here, it's almost to that gap way up here, but this is back in 2011, so forget about that. That's probably was another company. AVGR. Is this still holding its gap? Nope. Yeah, I see a lot of this. So it was gapped up to 322, down to 241 now, so it's not holding its gap. I mean, it's still at 42%, but it's just not holding the gap. Trying to see, was there any specific news on it? Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. HOTH. Yeah, this was a nice one from yesterday, and continuation. Look at the day it had yesterday, continuation, HOTH. However, another one. I mean, it gapped up to 4, back down to almost 3. These are big percentage drops. Low float, 6.3 million in the float. They did have some news. So their drug shows anti-inflammatory benefits. Well, I don't know what you're using, Sam, but right here, I mean, I've been listen, you know what I use. G-Tech, pre-market actives up. You'll see them all here for sure. You know, the 4 scans that I use, you will see them there. INMN, there's another one. Huge move. INMN. You know what? It's the wrong symbol. IMNN, sorry. Oh, it is the right symbol. It just took a while. IMNN, man, it got all the way up to 90 something. This is a virus play. Look where it was yesterday. No inkling this was going to happen. $21. All the way up to 92. It's pulled back. Not shortable for me. IMNM. IMNM. Well, I can't tell you why, Sam. You know, use mine. Use my pre-market actives. You know, I share this one up, the gap up and gap down. I always talk about the 4 that I use. You'll never miss any of the gappers. Let's see, SPW, FS. I gotta read my writing here. SFTW. So I guess I don't know if this had ever been announced before, but this is who they're going to merge with, BlackSpy, which is a satellite data firm. It's a SPAC, big gap up. Tilray had earnings, TLRY. Initial reaction was pretty good, but fading a bit. You know, there's a pre-market after hours action up to $36, so it's faded quite a bit actually. ELYS, gaming stock, ALYS. So it's actually, you know, another one that's faded quite a bit. I mean, it was up to 875. It's dropped quite a bit. It's almost back to the close of yesterday. Quick, yes, quick. Just put Amazon in a press release and boom. All the way up to 20. I mean, you know, cut in half now though. It was actually shortable for me too. I didn't even notice that. IQ is an earnings play. IQ is an earnings play. Gap down on earnings. Continues the gap down on earnings. There's a 200-day. Maybe that'll hold it for a while. 2147, so it's not that far away. I think this one is giving it up. You know, when I first see these, yeah, ERJ was up to 914. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, not really. I mean, you know, when I first see these in the morning, you know, they're up to this level, and the gap looks like around 6 to 8%. Now, I mean, it's faded, so I mean, the gap is not that big anymore. Let's see if this one is the same USWS. Yeah. No, that's still up 24%. Big gap up. I mean, there's no next highs looking left are around 334. What did it get to this morning? Actually got right to those levels. SunPower, SPWR, is an earnings play. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. SPWR. The next lows looking left are around 37, 38, 37.97. So maybe that'll hold it. GBR, another small one that's been active in the past, to say the least. Look at this one on the 28th of January, all the way up to $31. Again, you know, it's falling back. I mean, it was up to $7.91, back down to $7.25. CEI, so there is some news on this one. There's a merger agreement, CEI. I don't know. I think this has been in the works for a while. CEI. So I mean, it's still up 35%, and it is a merger agreement. This is the other one, CBLI. I forgot to mention this one. This is another merger agreement. Sometimes, you know, these just, once the market opens with these merger agreements, they just fly. Another low float, 5.5 million in the float. So CBLI, you can see what it did after hours yesterday. Got all the way up to almost 20. So definitely keep an eye on this one. CBLI. Is CEI a reverse split today too? Is it? Haven't seen very many reverse splits in the last little while. I don't see that it's a reverse split today. I just see that it's a merger agreement. Camber and Viking execute the definitive merger agreement. LDI. This is a fairly new one, I think. Yeah. So this is probably their first. No, I'm going to say this is their first earnings release. Now, there's something wrong here. There's no way they would have earnings if it's an IPO here. I don't think so anyway. At any rate, it looks like this is an earnings release. So LDI. GBS. Yeah, another one. Sorry, guys. I mean, you know, when I see these, they're up here, and I jot it down. And now look at this. GBS, completely giving it up. I mean, still up 14%. Decent volume, 6 million in the float. Don't see any specific news. Enters a sponsored research agreement with Johns Hopkins. So I'm just seeing that headline now. And AMC, let's see, is AMC still holding? Again, these are going to be should be interesting activity today for GME and AMC with these congressional hearings. Well, I usually delete them after every day, Thomas, unless I'm looking at a longer term, you know, potential swing. So I don't have very many. GEO was gapping down. I noticed GEO was gapping down earlier. Is it still gapping down? Of course, this is the prison stock. What caught my attention was that it was gapping down, but CXW was not. At least it wasn't at the time. No, it's not. Interesting. They usually they kind of trade together. Okay, give me a moment here, please. Just give me a moment here. I've accidentally closed down a window. Guys, give me a moment here. I'm trying to find a window. I don't know where it is. So just give me a moment here. All right, found it. So I saw Fuel Cell also this morning. Fuel Cell on the way down here. It's a pretty big drop. I saw Mara also, some of the crypto plays taking a breather, I guess. All right, guys, 9:16. I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And actually, we hardly have any of either, so. Let's get a few of them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Ha! Tilray is getting a downgrade from Piper Sandler. Actually, a couple of downgrades for Tilray even after earnings. Interesting. And a couple of downgrades for FTI. I don't think I mentioned FTI. I do see it. What is it doing right now? Okay, so actually this is interesting because it broke down through the 200-day moving average yesterday. I'm sorry, 2 days ago. Continued down to yesterday. It's a UK stock, so I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Briefing.com. It's a free service. It's briefing.com. Just send them your email and they'll deliver it to your email about 10 after 9 Eastern Time every morning. So it's very easy for me to. I mean, it's not a complete. Of course, there's. I don't know if there's a complete list of upgrades and downgrades anywhere, but it's good enough for me. Yeah, PLTR actually interesting. PLTR had an upgrade from Goldman yesterday, but this is not taken into effect yet, and it may not. But Had an upgrade from Goldman yesterday after earnings. You know, there was the earnings reaction. It was on the 16th. Tried to rally a little bit yesterday, but I mean, you would think, I mean, this looks like pretty decent support down here, around 25, a little over 25. Well, it's at 25, sorry, it's right at 25. So, yeah, I mean, if it takes this out, then the next level will be 23, and after that, look out. Okay, so Raz, if you haven't seen this video, this shows you exactly how to do all of that and more, okay? Razak, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. You know, but it tells you exactly how to do that. You really should watch the video, okay? Because there could be other questions that you don't necessarily that you didn't consider, and everything is covered in that video, okay? Yeah, I saw our IGL also. I have it scratched down for some reason. Our IGL. Yeah, I saw this huge pop, and then as I was going to write it down, then I saw the gap down, so or falling back. But I mean, it's still up 20%, except for GTech, of course. That is EV. Specific news on it. All right, well, I can only very quickly show you. First of all the windows in there are alert windows, okay? So I think that's what you mean. You want to separate them all out. So let me just quickly bring up a multi-strategy window, okay? And I'll show you. Okay, so here's bouncers, toppers as an example. So you see I've got these two, potential toppers, potential bouncers. If I want to split them out, then I just highlight the top one and I go down here, open alert window, and there it is. Okay? And then you do the same for each one if you want. Second one, you know, just hover over this, come on, pop up. And then that would be the next one, okay? All right? So that's how you can split them all out. You're very welcome, Lavender. All right, guys. Let's see, 9:23. So did you understand that, Jonas? Or whoever asked the question? Sorry, whoever. Yeah. So Dustin, no, I mean, the AI strategies, the Holly strategies, they are all proprietary. Okay, so you can't save them. So guys, as you know, I will be watching this. My moving higher with unusually strong options all day long. I will be auto trading them in the simulator. I'll be auto trading the entries, managing the exits. See what happens today. The problem again today is that the market is taking a bit of a header right now. So You know, if I get a quick one like yesterday, I mean, remember we got EBON, EBON right at the bat, right off the bat, and you know probably wouldn't take it, but it was auto trading on the entry. You know, so I really have to keep an eye on what this market is going to do. Okay, well, Dustin, you don't favorite them. I mean, you already have okay. You have to have the tab, and so here are the ones that made the cut today, as an example. Here are the ones that made the cut. They switch every day, so you can't save it. That's the whole idea. These are the ones that made the cut today. Okay, so it's 9:26, so I'm just quickly going to do this. So, Janice, if you hopefully you can find if you see my homepage, the tab that says Barry's homepage right there. If you click on that, and then you click on the link, my link, you'll be brought to my homepage. And here are the scans, okay? That's the scan section where it says Barry Scans. Click here. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down share, pre-market active up, pre-market active down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So you can add them to your layout. Okay? Good morning, Christopher. Here's one that is starting to move here. MOTS, MOTS. Look at this one starting to move. That's in the gap up right here. Again, I'm sharing that one. MOTS, let's take a look here. 232 is the next high looking left. I don't see any specific news on it. Probably a low float. It's 27 million. I mean, it's low. It's not crazy low. I think Twilio, yeah, I know some of you follow this one. This is an earnings play. This is an all-time high now for TWLO. I know some of you follow this one. So this is a big earnings play, big after-hours gap on earnings. What a move. What an unbelievable move. Yeah, the EV plays, well, at least the infrastructure plays are starting to move down. Here's Plug, fuel cell before. Let's see what Ballard is doing. That's not the symbol. FCEL. Oh. Yeah, look at fuel cell. It is really moving down quite a lot. It's almost down 10% now. All right, guys, market's going to open in 30 seconds from now. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Got to keep an eye on the SPY action. Remember, if you're going to go long, you want to go long, make sure you have the market on your, at least not heading down. You know, it doesn't have to be heading up, but you certainly don't want it to keep heading down. So be interesting to see what happens once this market opens. So I'm going to get rid of these 2. Again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down right here, just from the toolbar, click on New, channel bar, and then my watch list right here. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. All right, we've got halts already. We have news halts, Kappa, a news halt, CAPA, one of these acquisition corps, a SPAC, so there is a news halt for it. All right, so CEI. So on that merger, this is not moving higher. Let me take a look at CBLI. Very interested to see what CBLI is doing. Keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, I've seen this before, where you get a merger and it looks like, okay, big deal, and all of a sudden it just starts to take off. Now after hours, this almost got up to $20. So I'm going to stick an alert, maybe a little over 11 and see if it takes off. It's a very low float, 5.5 million in the float. Yeah, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. That's just me, You guys want to trade in the first 15, that's up to you. It doesn't mean I'm not going to point things out. Somebody gave me a hard time a while back saying, why don't we have another moderator that'll trade in the first 15? Just because I don't doesn't mean you don't have to, and it doesn't mean that I'm silent. It just means I don't. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. So quick continues down here. What? Yeah, that's a tremendous short. If anybody got that. Still up 27%. Kind of a bit of a quiet. Oh, I forgot to mention this one. This JAGX, GAGX. So yeah, it had popped up here, 365, pulled all the way down to 3, starting to move again. One of my least favorite stocks, but nonetheless, it is moving. It had this great run back in January, I guess. All right, so again, the market is down pretty big to start. Down 230 on the Dow, 31 on the SPY. Tech is off also, so all three of the major indices are down. So, if you want to go long, unless it's a true alpha stock, meaning a stock that is completely trading on its own and doesn't care what the market's doing, you better sit on your hands for a while if you want to go long. Okay, so here is this one. This is a China stock, PHC. Look at this move after hours for PHCF. Low float, 3.7 million in the float. On the move now. I did see it pre-market. I can't comment on every one that is gap, but this is kind of held the gap. you know, because the pre-market high looks like it's around right where it is. It takes that out. It might start to challenge that after hours high. I don't know if there was any specific news. Well, okay. First of all, we don't start getting our data until 7 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so I don't know if that's the issue. Yeah, this is halted. I don't know why it's not showing up on my halts resumes, but you're right, it is halted. So when you talk about 5 a.m., I don't know what time zone you're talking, and I'm talking to you, Jonas. Okay, so AVGR is trying to come back a little bit here. The high in the pre-market was looks like around 322. And again, I'm just waiting for the first one from the moving higher with unusually strong option activity. I'm just waiting for the first one. Okay, so a bit of a rally now, the first 15 minute in the SPY. Bit of a rally here. There's that. So we were basically flat, 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 then moving down. So here's that first 15-minute candle. So a little bit of a, well, it's green right now. There's the close of yesterday. That's correct. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. basically, yes. And yeah, set it live always, yes. And this just got halted on the way down. Oh, this was shortable. I early on this was not shortable for me anyway. Some shorts must have just, yeah. There's only like at Interactive Brokers there's like just under 2,000 shares available. It just got halted on the way down. IMNM, crazy. I mean, look at this. I mean, all the way up almost to $100. I mean, $92. Okay, there it goes quick. Looks like a lot of resistance right here on the 2-minute chart at around 1158 for quick in that range. So if it can pop through, I mean, remember, it got up to $20 pre-market. So I'm going to stick an alert around, I mean, I'm giving up a lot, but if it takes that out, that 1170 area, it could really start to run again. So I'm just going to stick a price alert right there. And as I was speaking, it just got halted. If you're wondering how we know all this, we have a halts resume scanner. If you're unfamiliar with halts, this is the halt at 9:38. Typically, they are 5 minutes long. So if this is, and it's a halt because of volatility, and so this will open at 9:43 plus 30 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. No, the AI cannot be modified, Vlad. Now, here's the issue here. I mean, I don't. You probably couldn't have got it, and now it's halted. Was anybody able to get this at 10:06 or around 10 from the AI? Was there any way to get it before it actually got halted? It's hard to imagine you could have. That rarely happens, but SUPV, guys, SUPV. I saw this one in the pre-market. I didn't talk about it too much. It's really out of San Jose. Okay, SUPV. I thought it was a for some reason I thought it was a energy play, but it is not. SUPV. So take a look left, and looks like there's some resistance on that weekly chart, not that far away. So. Well, Ali, I mean, good. I mean, obviously the market perception is that is good EV news. Yes, for GTech. All right, guys. There's the first one, Flint, FLNT. Now, see, look at this. The next high looking left is 717. So this is one that I would not normally take until it took. It looks like there's too much resistance. So what I'm going to do, I'm exiting it right now. Okay. To me, there's a little too much resistance nearby. If it gets over 740, I mean, it may blast right through, but. I just don't like that. Yesterday's high was. So we've got yesterday's high at 717. These flags are in the way. And then there's 743. So, I mean, if it gets through that I can't tell what this one is, 730. A little too much resistance, in my opinion. I agree, PJ, but you know me. I'd like to see it clearer. The high yesterday and the high day before, they're very, very close. I mean, it might pop right through, and I may get back into the trade, but I'm going to put in a little around 737. So what happened here? Why this happened is that in the simulator, I have turned my strategy on, okay? So it's going to auto trade on the entries, and then I'll manage the exits on my own. So that's why I took this out though, because I didn't like that resistance. I mean, listen, it may pop right through it. Yeah, just one moment, please. I mean, listen, it may blast right through, but I can always get back in it. Okay, so this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt for quick. You can see right there, 9:38:30, so it should have been 9:43:30. We're now, so this typically, usually there are 5-minute halts, but this is obviously going to be more. And if it's not a 5, usually it's a multiple of 5. So the next area could be 9:48 plus 30 seconds that it opens. All right, guys. Well, it is starting to blast through. So you see, I was a little conservative, but so there's the alert, 7:09. We're now at 7, got up to 33. So you see, I re-entered it. So the next high looking left for this is 787 on the weekly chart. Now, what I really honestly, I would have taken this out right up here. I was a little slow. I just don't trust this market right now to have good continuation. You're a funny man, Mike. Yeah, see, I should have been. Couple things here. I mean, 750. The 50-cent level could be tough to get through. Well, at one point there were just under. Yeah, they've dried up. So somebody took them. There were 2,000 shares at Interactive Brokers about 5 minutes ago. This was all over the place. I saw this one in the pre-market. Zkin, ZZKIN. And this is not an all-time high. I don't know where. I have no idea. I think this is... Sort of remember this one. I believe this is a symbol change, name change. This is not an IPO here. All right, well, there's a pre-market high for ELYS. All right, so I see it. Yeah, I see it just showed up on my watch list. Wow, this is and it just opened, guys. It just opened. I was just going to say, the open looks good. Now, this is going to skew these results because I don't think there's any way anybody could have got this on that halt. But, it doesn't happen that often. Why did you do that? All right, guys. Well, let's see. It's starting to come back a little bit here. The Flint, if it challenges into the 40s, I'd probably take some out for me. Okay, thank you for that, Night Fox Crypto. Okay, now same sort of thing, yes, with the SUPV. I mean, number one, 3 might be tough to get through. Number one. Number 2, there is the next high looking left is around 306. I wish that weren't there. If that weren't there, we've got a shot to get to the 371. Well, let's just see though. I spent most of my time, Ija, on my option plays, as you know. So all right, guys. So well, probably stupidly, but I just flattened out of that SUPV. I just was a little worried about this resistance here, but it is still popping a little bit. SUPV. So I flattened out of that position. And I should have been out of that Flint position up in the 740s. Wow, look at SUPV. Holy smokes. Well, I guess I shouldn't have flattened out of that one. Look at that, guys. What a great alert. 291, 350. What a great alert. I said yesterday that if I could only have one scan in trade ideas, this would be the one. Moving higher with unusually strong options. That'd be the only thing I would look at. Oh, I'm sure it'll turn. I'm sure it will. But, I mean, the next high looking left is 368 on the monthly chart. I'm sure, and it just turned, but well, there is a actual channel called Swing Trades or something like that. Breakouts, momentum. Wow, look at this SUPV. Wow, I wish I were still in this one in the simulator. All right. So there is something called swing opportunities or swing. So just look for that, and then momentum for breakouts. Or use mine, moving higher with unusually strong options. I mean, it's not in the channel bar, but just go to my homepage, the homepage tab right here. Click on that. When you do that, this is what you'll see, and here are the scans. Okay, click here, and there it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? And I'll pop that into the YouTube room so that you guys, if you want, you can also do the same thing. Okay, guys, so I'm just following an email discussion with our support people. Now, Flint doesn't look too bad again. Elijah, you're an amusing guy. There it goes again, as you say. Yes. So these are nothing to do with the AI. Okay, this is my scan. Okay, so when you're talking about I only have quick, that's from the AI. It's got nothing to do with my scan. Who asked that question? You know, I mean, Trade ID is obviously more than just the AI. You can create your own scans. That's what you see here. And of course, this is a scan that I've created that I use. All right, so Jonas, we actually have a crypto channel. If you click on new channel bar, we do have a crypto channel. I think it's called crypto or blockchain or I know it's here somewhere. There it is, blockchain crypto. So we actually have a crypto channel. What do you mean? What do you mean? How do you filter? If you see a window you like within a channel, okay, then you can go to that window and configure it and make the changes that you want. We'll just take the window, okay, and make the changes you want, and then save it to the cloud. Save that window to the cloud. Once you've made the changes, right-click, save, or share to clouds. Save it to the cloud. So now it's in your cloud. You can do that with all of the different scans that you see in our channel bar. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time into your to create a layout or to add to whatever you've got as a layout. Does that make sense? Well, this is the Brokers Plus window. I mean, I'm a little early right now. I mean, normally around 10:30 I go into my discussion about, you know, trade ideas in general, the Brokers Plus, the AI, etc. All right? So what you're seeing here, wow. And what you're seeing here is me not being in this anymore. So all these trades were taken in auto fashion on the entry, and I managed the exits on my own. Obviously, it didn't do a great job on the Flint because I should have been out. Near that 740. All right, so if you do something like this, Jonas, let's just take an airline, Love, okay? Now, is this going to be complete? Well, let's take AAL, American Airlines, as an example. Where is it? Okay. So what you can do is something like this. This is a single stock window. And if you click on similar, that's what you're going to see. This is competitors in the same sector. So that's, and again, it may, you may get some stocks in here that you don't think are necessarily airlines. Nothing we can do about that. But I mean, in general, this will be airline sector, okay? So what you can do then is when you have it, then you can pop it out. Right click, pop it out, and now you've got a top list window that is just zeroed in on that sector. And then you can do things like, of course, put a price range in you want, a minimum volume, things like that. Okay? So that's how you can kind of zero in on a sector, or maybe the hot sector of the day. So to start off, click on the similar and then duplicate the window. I mean, I love to have the similar window up all the time. And so why I have this up is because I clicked on similar and I duplicated the window. When I duplicated it and then I moved it over here, so that's why this is up all the time. And then I just popped it, then you can pop it out. Any sector at all, you can just pop it out. I have no idea what the news on SUPV is. I didn't see any. So I haven't really looked at my watch list. Let's see what's happened in my watch. So GBS just showed up, 840. Ooh, this could be interesting. Nice break out of consolidation on the 2-minute chart. This hit what, 1328 in the pre-market before it pulled way back. So there's the alert at 840. So this was poor management on my part on the Flint, not getting out closer to that 750 level, okay? But that's why, guys, you hear me talk about this. I mean, this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. It's available if you're using our app, not available in the web-based version. Fantastic way to practice trading, okay? Fantastic way to practice trading. So, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but, before you commit money to the market, you can use our simulator. You just click on the sim, and now you can practice trading. So there's the alert here for HOTH, H-O-T-H, at 330. Now, what is it looking like here? 348. Looks like there could be resistance around that 348, 350 mark. Yeah, there's a big down. That's a big, big, big candle now, guys. So if you're trying to go long anything, you know, it really has to be an alpha stock. You know, one that is trading on its own, doesn't care what the market's doing. Otherwise, you know, it's just, you know, most stocks will be just dragged down by that. I don't use DAS, no. Okay, well, have you watched the video? So, well, I mean, you have to save your strategy to the cloud, you know, the one that you've created, and then go to this section right there, and then File, Load from Cloud, and then find it, highlight it, load it, and then it should appear. Once it appears, then you've got to edit it, you know, to create how you want to trade. I mean, it's so if you've that's pretty simple. I mean, you know, just click on that, and again, load the strategy from the cloud. All right, so with the GBS, you know, I'm a little reluctant to do anything with a big red candle like that. Just one moment, please. Yeah, so I'm a little reluctant to take anything right now on a long trade. If this GBS maybe gets over 850, I'm going to stick a price alert right there. Maybe, you know, on some volume pops through, because I mean traders are going to be looking at this big 1333 level that it did hit in the pre-market. All right, so it's just right from here. You have to have it's in the toolbar, Brokers Plus. So you click on the simulator, and now you're in sim. If you're using the web-based version, then it's not available. But in the toolbar, you should see something that says Brokerage Plus, Live or Simulation. Okay. If you don't see this, then if you're using our application, then you must be in a very old version of Trade Ideas. If you don't see that, if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. What's funny, you know, all those months that we waited on the unemployment numbers, and you know, starting last March, and every time the numbers looked horrible, and the SPY popped. I don't know if you remember those days. So guys, I'm just waiting on the next one. I'm just waiting on my, you know, see if we get any, where we will get more option plays, no question. Now, this was actually a pretty good alert. TCS, I didn't even see this one. TCS, the container store, alert at 1664 at 1740 now. Look at TCS. Great alert right here from my watch list. Now, yeah, see, it's not going to show up in my option play because a couple of reasons. Option volume is only 87%, so it's not even, it's not even true. Well, right now anyway, I'm sure it's going to pick up. That number has to be 400%. So in other words, 4 times. This is not trading on average over the last 10 days. It's trading a little less than that as we speak. That option is going to pick up as the option volume picks up. Okay, guys, the GBS is definitely interesting me here. Love to see a pop through 850 and on volume. And what the market is doing, so we're putting in a bit of a bottoming tail. Little bottoming tail. All right, guys. Let's see if we can have a pop now. GBS. All right, guys. Well, mini winner so far. Mini winner. All right, I declare this a winner. Okay, so understand how this works. I don't tell you what to buy. I just laid it out. I'd like to see an 850 pop. I got it. I'm in. And I'm just looking for a place to get out some. Okay, I'm out some around average about 920 for the GBS. I'm not going to hang around, not with the market doing this. I'm not hanging around these two. I'm completely out now, guys. You know, I might get back in if it gets back over 920 or something, but you know, I'm just, with the market doing what it's doing, I'm not hanging around a lot of these trades. Get my mark here. Come on. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, I wouldn't be hanging around too long in some of these long trades, guys. I mean, not with the market doing what it's doing. You know, take your money if you can. That's my opinion today, anyway. Wow, GBS is right back up. I'm not in it anymore, but it is right back up. Well, I'm gonna have to set an alert maybe at 9:20, see if it takes that out later. All right, guys. So I'm just kind of waiting on the next one from the options plays. Again, you got to, on a day like today, you know, with the market going down like this, you have to take profit, in my opinion. Yeah. What? Yeah. This is really moving down now. This quick. Guys, I think AM is an earnings play on the way down. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, it is an earnings play on the way down. AM. So I'm just biding my time, guys. I'm just going to wait for the next option play that comes in, see what it looks like, see what the market's doing at the time we get the alert. Yeah, big. Yeah, I mean, this was up pretty. I mean, this was strong after hours on the Tilray earnings. Of course, they're merging. Still pretty strong this morning, but now look at it. I don't know. I saw crypto was a little weak this morning, at least the crypto stocks. Okay, so it's back up here. Let's see what Mara is doing. Yeah, look at the TCS guys. So this is definitely this is an alpha play. You can just see. I mean, it doesn't care what the market's doing. TCS, interesting. It's not an earnings play either. I'm trying to see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any reason for this move. Am I checking the option? Well, always, yes. Right here. There are only two so far today. You know, two winners. I mean, 709. It got up to. It'll get up to 756. This was definitely a nice winner. 291, all the way up to 364. Again, you got to be quick today, though. Well, nice on the pullback play. Yeah, GBS. I mean, this still has a lot of potential, It's just traders look at this, they look what happened in the pre-market and they say, "Wow, okay, could it get up to even close to that level again?" We're talking 1330. But it's very fast, yeah. Not a terrible spread either. I mean, it's 6 cents, 8 cents. I mean, it's not terrible for something that's moving that quickly. It's a low float. That's why these things happen. A lot of volume that came in also. Look at the volume that came in on that 15-minute candle right here. So it's traded 2 million and there it goes. There it goes. Look at the volume. Look at the volume here in the 2-minute. Well, you got it really early then. 259. I didn't even get an alert until 291. Oh, unless you got it on the pullback? Yeah, GBS guys, I mean, if you're in this one, it's very whippy. Look at that. I mean, look at the big topping tail right up to 960, 965, right back down to 924. So, I mean, it's very, very whippy. And we have a halt again for Kappa. Yeah, so everything is here. Okay, you ask for the link. Okay, find my homepage, the tab. It's called Barry's homepage. Click on that. It's 10:25, so I think I'll start my spiel anyway. So there's my homepage, the tab. Click on it, the link. When you do, this is what you'll see. And one of the scans, just in the scan section, click here, and there it is. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? AM on the way down, guys. This is an earnings play. Just mentioned it 5 minutes ago. AM on the way down, earnings play. Now, I don't know why you can't see the screen, Narcissus. You can hear me, right? You just can't see it. I'm going to try something. I know I think the resolution won't be as good, okay? But tell me if you can. First of all, can you hear me? Okay. I want to see if this is. I'm going to stop the screen sharing. Okay. Now I'm going to share it in another way. Let me know if you see it now. You can't. So Narcissus, can you see my screen now? Blurry. Okay. Well, it starts off blurry. It should increase, but if you can't see it, okay. So it's something on your end then. Okay. I'm going to go back to the others. So I'm going to go back to that other the other way of sharing. Something on your end. I don't know. What browser are you using? Maybe try a different browser. I don't know if you're using Chrome or... Okay, we should be back to normal, right guys? You can see my screen again. Okay. He said he refreshed a couple times, so... All right, guys. Well, it is 10:28. So first of all, big welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room today, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. I'm going to put this link, I'll put this link into our YouTube room. All right, so if you can find the tab that is called Barry's Homepage, click on that. When you do that, this is what you'll see. So here's a lot of information on my homepage, including, how you can take out a subscription. You can use this promo code right there, Barry for Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So I'll give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. We have a premium and a standard version on annual. So premium will be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard will be $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between standard and premium is the AI. There are other differences, but the main reason people want our premium service is to have a look at the AI, okay? I'm going to go over that in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan if you don't want. You can go month to month. 118 or 228, less the 15%. And again, please listen carefully. The discount's only good for the first month on a monthly plan. Okay, after that, you'll go to the normal prices of 118 and 228. More information from my homepage. Trade of the week. It's free. You can set it. You can sign up for it right there, and it gets sent to you to your inbox email about half an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap video, what's kind of happening in the room. All the scans. This is probably the most favorite link I've got in my homepage right now. All the scans that I'm sharing, including the moving higher with unusual options. These are the ones that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market up, pre-market down. These 4 scans are the ones that I use in the pre-market to kind of zero in on the stocks that are really moving in the pre-market, okay? Either up or down. Education, that's a big link also here. A lot of education is right here. Now, if you are brand new to Trade Ideas, I think it's almost mandatory that you take a look at this. I'm just going to pop this into the room, the 20. You can't do it, Sarah, on a day. You know, it'll reset tomorrow if you close all your trades. Okay, you close all your trades by the end of the day, it will reset for you tomorrow. But you can't do a reset during the day. The question was, how do you reset during the day? You can't. But if you get rid of all your trades by the end of the day, then it'll reset by tomorrow for tomorrow. All right, just want to click on the 20 short lessons. So, what is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them, tracking your favorite stock, single stock window, custom layouts. All the basic features are explained here. This is all text. They're not videos. I think you can roll through them pretty quickly, but I think if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, really, take some time to customize yourself, to acclimatize yourself to what Trade Ideas is all about. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also take a look to see what some of the basic features that we have. Daily support session. So there is a Q&A session between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. I will give you the link. I take a break just around 12, so I'll give you the link before I go. Here's the free trading room here that you're in. Daily webinars. What's today? Thursday? Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos and some trading ebooks that we've created. It's a lot of information, again, from my homepage right there. Okay? Let me size this window on my other monitor. Yeah, that GBS is very messy. Very, very, very messy. Okay, so why can't you find the tab? You can see my screen. I know people, every now and then, it's above the chat, I guess. It's right here. I can see it, of course. Maybe it's above. You can see my screen, right, Mike? You can see my screen? So you're in the off topic. And so here are the tabs. And I think, here, obviously here are the posts, and it should be above somewhere. Okay? Okay, now I'd like to go into a general description of what Trade Ideas is. Okay, first and foremost, we are a scanner. That's what we are. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you're using, you can use because we get the question all the time, well, I have this broker, can I use your product? You can use Trade Ideas with any broker you've got. Okay? We're not a broker, we're a scanner. So what do I mean? Well, if you don't know what I mean by a scanner, so you can create your own scans. Now, this is a scan that I'm sharing. Again, going to my home page, I'm sharing a lot of scans. But this is all I've done in this one. I call it the basic new highs and lows. So you always start off with filters. It's sort of to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So the filters that I'm using here. And again, you don't have to have the same price range, but this is what I'm doing. Prices between 1 and 20. Current volume is 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum volume, 400,000 shares, etc. Okay? This is what I'm doing. You don't have to do the same thing. If you took this window and you said, well, I'd like a different price range, all you have to do is click on the icon and here you just would fill in a different price range as an example. Okay? So these are the filters that are in place. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing these stocks. That's why I'm seeing these stocks. Okay? Now, what we did was, as a company, we said, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language to create these scans, we said we took a different tack, and we created like a lot of different alerts. These all these icons, these are all alerts. I'm not going to go over them all, but these are all alerts. And then when you come to these icons here, these are all the filters. So the idea then is that for the vast majority of you, with the number of alerts and filters that we have, you can create your own trade ideas scanner, okay? Things that you like to see. So you don't have to learn a programming language. It's sort of a la carte. You just kind of pick and choose what you want, combine it, and then you've got it done. So you don't have to learn a programming language. Oh, Mary, I'm sorry. You asked that question at 10 o'clock. I don't know if you're still around. To detach the window, there's a gear here. Hopefully you can see that gear. And right beside the palette, okay, right to the right of the color palette is how you can detach the chat window. Okay? Sorry, I missed that question. All right, now I do want to go over what the AI is before I start talking about Brokerage Plus and linking and all of that. So the AI, what happens is that once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine on the 50, what we call 50 baseline strategies that we have. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. Out of the 50 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. Why they made the cut? They had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, and some other factors. Okay, I don't care which strategies made the cut. All I care about is show me the alerts that we get from them. So in order to do that, from our toolbar, click on New, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window, click on that. And this would be your window. And you can now take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to do it every day. So what happens is you get a real-time alert, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the at the entry. But I would definitely obey the stop. But you just manage the trades as you see fit. There are no videos on how to use it. I mean, people use this in all sorts of different ways. Again, you just wait for and there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll get no alerts in the pre-market. The earliest alert you'll get from the AI would be 9:35, and there are no alerts after hours. So, Mike, did you find the homepage? Okay, good. CYH is taking a header here. Look at this. It's a green bar ignored also. So when you say, does this include all alerts from all? Yes, this one does. Yes. That's why I use this one. I don't care about, the different segments. That's why it's called all. So it has all of the alerts from the three segments. I mean, this is all I would do. I would just look at this, have this and then incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. All right, so now I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus. I want to talk a little bit about linking, okay, and what linking means. So we link with many brokerage platforms. Now, this is all linking means. If you can establish a link with your brokerage platform, what happens is that when I click on, say, CEI, then it's going to load into your broker platform. And from there, you can trade it. That's all it is. It's just a time saver. That's what our general linking tool does. From here, tools, external linking, and you just follow the instructions. Okay. If your broker platform doesn't link, well, all that means, I mean, you can still use trade ideas. It just means you're going to have to type the symbol in. So if you're clicking on a lot of symbols like I am all day long, it's obviously it's a nice time saver. So that's what linking does. Okay. You don't have to link. It's not mandatory. You can use trade ideas even if it doesn't link with your broker's platform. Now this window right there, it's called Brokerage Plus, only available if you're using our application, our downloadable application, not available in the web-based version. And you'll see you've got the Brokerage Plus option right here. I'm going to pop a video in. So Panda, I'm going to give you the script that if you went to our tech support people, and this is what they would tell you. Okay, so let me just got to find it. Just give me a moment here. TOS linking. Okay, so I'm going to put it in tech support. Okay. And it's going to be, I don't think I can put the whole thing in. I think I have to break it up. Okay, so I've just had to break it up into two parts. Okay, that should help you. So I popped that B plus connection, okay? Because we do have an arrangement that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to actually trade your Interactive Brokers account. You click on, you have to watch that video. It'll explain how you can do it. You would then click on live, and then you are now attached in this window to your Interactive Brokers account. So you could actually use this window to trade. So why would you want to be able to do that? So you can do things like this. If I click on CEI and I like what I see, I can go back to CEI, right click, and hover over trade, and you notice I've got this buying and shorting options that I can choose from. This is what we call one-click trading. So you can set all this up, and again, you watch the video and it's going to show you exactly how you do it. And so that's one reason, it's a nicer, in my opinion, it's a nicer interface than Interactive Brokers interface to trade from. But again, you can set this up. These are some hotkeys that we have. So you want to get out of a position, you just highlight it and you flatten it. You want to get out of half your position, you click on half, or you can double your position. Okay, so this is the Brokerage Plus window that you can use with Interactive Brokers if you have an IB account. Now, the other huge use of this is as a simulator, paper trader. And all you have to do is click on Sim, and now you're in simulation mode. So, again, if you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading first. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So you can practice trading first. Just want to see something here. So let's do a couple of things here. I always like to demonstrate like a pullback play of some sort. That would have been nice up here. Yeah, I just want to demonstrate how you can do this, okay? I mean, would I do this? No, but I just want to demonstrate how you can use this as a, to set up a conditional buy as a pullback. So let's just say I look here and I think, okay, 1683 looks like there's, interesting area. Maybe there's a bit of support area right there. So if I wanted to take this trade, if it got down to 1683, notice when I click on a symbol, the symbol shows up. So I'm going to click on TCS again. And there's the symbol showing up. I pick how many shares I want. I'll pick 300 shares. And what did I say? 1683. So I'm going to type 1683 into both boxes here. And I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see right on the chart a nice big blue line. And by the way, everything I'm doing here is part of the standard service, okay? So a big blue line shows up, and so if it gets down to, TCS gets down to 1683, it'll take the trade. Now, if I don't like the way things are working, if the market is still moving down, and I can always go back into the orders, and I can just right click and I can cancel the order. So I don't have to, if I don't like the way it's trading. I'm just going to leave it in and see what happens, see if it takes the trade. Now, let's take a trade. Let's take MLSS, okay? Again, would I take it? Probably. It's not bad, but I mean, in fact, what I want to do, okay, this might work out. No, this would have been better on a pullback. Let's take it on a pullback, okay? Let's take it on a pullback to 4. So we got a couple of pullbacks. All right. So again, we'll take this trade if it pulls back to $4. What I'm trying to do is find something I could take right away that looks kind of interesting. But look, I mean, look how many, very whippy, just like yesterday. A lot of whippiness, guys. I mean, look what the market's doing. Look at these bottoming tails in the SPY. A lot of whippiness. All right, I just want to take this trade just to show you how you can take a trade. Okay, we're doing VIOT. Oh, JB, I don't know. That's I have no idea. Someone said that AMC is being, who is the someone? Unless it's Bezos. So I'm going to take this trade right here. I'm going to take 300 shares. I'm going to take it. Yeah, it's not bad at the market. I mean, the spread was like 4 cents, so that's not terrible. So you see, I've just taken this trade. 1043. I'm going to put a stop. I want to put a stop. Now, would I put a stop at 1023? Probably. Well, maybe. I mean, here's the low of the 2-minute candle. I'm just trying to make this math easy, because I want to talk about the stop. I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 1023. Okay, so you see right on the chart, nice big red line shows up. And so if I allow it to take me out at 1023, I'll lose $58. This is in the simulator, okay? Now, I can use this like a trailing stop, so that if the trade really starts to work well, I can start moving this line up and up and up to maybe another area on the chart that is support. So the first thing is, well, and this is only going to come with practice. Where do you put your stop? You have to be able to, read charts. Some people put stops at a moving average area. I like to put stops. I look at the chart and I sort of say, okay, this is what to me looks like a support area. Maybe there's a lot of consolidation at a certain area. So if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. Okay. Not all the trades are going to work, guys. So get used to the idea that if a trade doesn't work for you, you have to get out of the trade. And so that's why it's very important to have a stop. So the next thing, though, with having a stop is you should be, in my opinion, risking about the same amount for each trade. So what do I mean by that? Depending on your account size, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But let's just say your account size, with your account size, you could risk $100 a trade. That's why I made the stop 20 cents away, just to make well, actually, I didn't make it 20. Oh, I moved it. I moved it. Okay. Let's pretend that it was still back at 10.23, okay? Just to make the math easy. So that's a 20-cent stop. And so if I were willing to risk $100 on the trade, divide 20 cents into 100, and you get 500 shares. That's how you can share size. So you don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. Your share size should be dictated by how much you're willing to risk on the trade with the stop in place. Okay? So again, if you're brand new to trading, this might be, might be counterintuitive. You think, well, why would I be negative and put a stop? That means I'm thinking I'm going to lose on the trade. You got to be realistic. Money management, account management is so key to being a successful trader. You don't want to blow at your account just because you don't understand how to put stops. Or secondly, which I'm going to go over, say you do put your stop in. You've heard me talk about it and say, okay, that makes sense. I get it. Not every trade is going to work. But all of a sudden, the trade starts working against you and it starts approaching your stop. So you say, well, you know what? I know he told me about support resistance or support areas on the chart. Maybe I was wrong, so maybe this is a better support area down here. So I'm going to move that line down because, I've heard so much about this company. This is going to be a great trade. People are talking about it. I can't be wrong. So you know what happens? It starts approaching your new stop, and you're still stubborn. You keep moving it down, down, down. So now, instead of having a nice manageable $100 loss if the trade works against you, doesn't work for you, now it's turning into a $200 loss, a $300 loss, a $400 loss, and finally you give up and you say, oh my gosh, how stupid was I? And you get out for a horrible loss when you didn't have to do it. So, how to overcome that? Leave your stop in right on the chart, okay? And this takes all of the emotion out of trading, okay? Because, hit your stop, you get out, and you move on. Listen, the setup that looked good before could come back. Don't be afraid to get out of a trade because of commissions. First of all, commissions are so cheap. They're either free or, IB is like half a cent a share. You're so cheap that that's no excuse. So you get out and you can always get back in. It may set up again the way you thought, and you can always get back in. Yeah, so hotkey trading features, I can't answer that within DAS or IB, okay? Here you can do that. You can set it up by watching that video. You can set it up if you have a stop in place and say you're risking $100 a trade, it'll automatically then, if you click on it, if you've set it up and you click on it, it'll automatically take the correct number of shares with the stop in place. You can put a target if you want, but I will force, not just you, but I will force people to watch this video. If you're going to take this seriously, you have to watch this video. If you do want to eventually trade, using your money, and you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, and hopefully, we'll be adding others. There's the video right here. We're talking with Fidelity, but the only broker it works with right now is Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's it. Right now, only Interactive Brokers to use this B Plus to trade your own money. In the simulator, it doesn't matter. Simulator, it doesn't, you don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. Okay, so Jonas, we have I see your question about low float stocks. So, I mean, we have a scanner that looks at after hours action. Okay, so that's one thing. But the other thing too is you can create a top list window and just make sure and with low float, you know, I don't know what you're going to consider is a low float, and just make sure that when you create your top list window that you check, right click, time frame, and make sure it says live always. Okay, if it says live always, then it's going to run after hours. Okay, so you can create a top list window with what you consider is your low float situation, and then you can see the stocks that are moving after hours that are low floats. Make sense? Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, a new T window, yes. Top list. Top list. You could also look at the after hours channel. I mean, here it is. You could also look at it, and where are you? Down here, after hours. You could also look at the after hours channel and see what, and then just, add a low float, as a filter into what is already there. If that makes sense. Again, you can take any window. So for instance, if I wanted to, okay, so you do know what I mean. You can always just add the float filter, and so there's the float filter. Add the filter, and then whatever the max you wanted, 20 million, whatever you think is a low float, and put it in there. So you could take what's already created for you and just modify it. Is it possible that a stock with a Q ending bankrupt becomes alive and grow again? It's possible, yes. Now, if you're going to ask me about a specific one, I would have no idea. You just enable it. Right click. Well, first of all, you highlight the strategy you want. Highlight it. Okay. Left click on it. So highlight it and then enable. If I disable it, I've disabled it. See, its strategy is off now. Now I just click to enables. And now it's on. So when you see in the strategy column, when you see on, then you know your strategy is on. Okay? All right, guys, so the little Viot looks worked out pretty well. And because it's close to that whole number, I'm just going to dump it. I'm going to flatten it, get out of the position. So, talk about this. I like these two columns, guys. The max P&L and the distance from the exit price. I really like these two columns because this is showing me how good are my exits. So, for instance, now this should never have happened. The Flint should never have happened, okay? The max P&L I had, well, remember, I entered this one twice. I entered this one twice. It took it on the auto trading at 709, and I exited, I think for a small loss, and then I got back in, and then it got up to 750. So the bottom. So this is actually a combination of the first trade I took plus the second, which would have been a lot. Sorry, just okay. So what this means is that the max I could have got out of this trade was $49. I allowed that to turn into a $119 loss. Okay, I don't think so. I don't think so. If it's not a column, I mean, look. Well, you've asked that question before, I think, haven't you? If it's not a column that's available, then no. Yeah, it's just not available. So why I like this is because now I can tell how good were my exits. Obviously, that is not a good exit. I'm not saying making 49 is wonderful, but you shouldn't allow, something that's positive turn into a loss like that. This was obviously I'm actually surprised. I don't believe that. I think there's something wrong there because. Oh, no, I'm right. So I maxed out here, 261. I absolutely maxed out for the SQPV and not quite maxed out on the VIOT. Now listen, you're never, to the penny, rarely will it ever happen. So had I got out at the absolute max that I could have for VIOT, it would have been up 166. I closed it out 153. I mean, that's not bad. But here's the other column, the distance from the exit price. Here's the key. Look at this one, minus 35. That means this was a tremendous exit, okay? Because from where I exited, it is 35 cents under. Now, obviously, my VIOT was a terrible exit because you're going to see from where I exited, you know, this is going to change in any moment now. It's 45 cents away above where I exited, okay? All right, so this gives you a good idea about how good are your exits. You know, obviously superb here, not so good here. So if you're practicing trading, because this is the thing with most, you hear this all the time. Man, I got out of a stock too soon, or I did this. Why did I, exit when I did? Well, this will start to give you an idea about how good are your exits. No, I don't think there is a definition. I think most of them are. I think most of them are fairly, change in the last 15 minutes, distance from the exit price, entry price. I mean, I think most of them are they're self-explanatory. Correct, Alex. Yes, but that stop. Yes, that is correct. Look at VIOT. Wow. Yeah, but again, Alex, of course, I think you're just using that. Man, what a move. Sorry, guys, this is absolutely severe rippage, as I call it. So when you're just using that as an example, okay? The $99 as a stop. It would have to make sense that there would be your stop, a dollar away, not just, well, I want my stop to be a dollar away. Okay, good. So obviously, I'm just watching the distance from the exit price. So you can also start using this as maybe there's if it gets back to zero as an example, you can start looking at it and go, well, maybe it's good for a re-entry. The other thing in the simulator is that you take something in the simulator, and even if you don't have Interactive Brokers, it doesn't matter. Remember, the simulator is just working on our real-time data. Something's working in the simulator for you. You can say, you know what, I want to take this trade, and then, use your brokerage platform to take the trade also. I wouldn't take it if it was, unless it made sense. You don't want to take it just as a chase, but it starts to work well. Maybe it's basing a little bit. You're up a little bit. It looks like it's holding. You could take the trade in your live account. Just literally type the symbol into your brokerage platform and do it. Thoughts on Kappa? Okay, I know it was halted several times. Okay, this is one of these business associations. So, well, I mean, again, with these SPACs, to combine with High Cape Capital. Okay, so Quantum. So this is who they're going after. I mean, I have no thoughts on it. I mean, do you believe that it's going to go higher because of that acquisition? I don't know. But I mean, that's the reason. So it got halted. They made the announcement. who they're merging with. I can't really add any more to that. Wrong symbol. Ija. Okay, that, oh, POAI. There you go. Yeah, look at this one moving. POAI, relatively low float, still nickel under the close of yesterday. Yeah, so I don't use ATR, okay? So, some others might, okay, Alex. So I can't say would that be a good entry. I mean, I'm aware of the ATR, but I don't really incorporate it in any of my strategies. So I really can't comment on that then. Well, you can have ATR. I mean, we have. So just to let you know, this is probably. Let's see, average. What's it called? Okay, so here's the average true range in dollars, but I think there we go, change from the open. This is probably a more powerful filter. The change, it's called the change from the open, percent of average true range. So you can use this along with the average true range. So let's just say you only wanted to see stocks that had at least a $1 average true range. And then you use this one also. And say you put 200%. Change, okay? That would mean that stock, you'll only see stocks that are at least double the average true range if you use 200%. Okay, so that stock then, that if you have a minimum of $1, that stock will have to have a true an average or a range today of $2. So you might want to just use this one, and see how it works, because then you're going to see stocks that are way outside their true range. That means there's something really exciting happening, usually. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. So guys, I'm in no rush to trade. I mean, I'm waiting on my options. See, we'll get some more later on. I almost guarantee it. Did it really? You are right. Wow. I'm sure Mara did the same thing. Yeah, the cryptos were weak this morning. Not quite as dramatic as Riot, but all right, guys. Well, for those of you who kind of know what I like from the AI, the stock's under $20. There was one that I ended up taking. It just triggered at 11:15, I believe, Eastern time. Hey, let's see. Yeah, blue. Well, blue popped and got halted. Yeah, look at that. Blue popped and got halted. Lots of volume just came in. Half the volume of the day right here. And this one, is this an IPO? No. Never heard of this one. Rhinebeck Bancorp. It got halted also. Not very much volume. Okay, I know that's covered in the video. Okay, but I'll show you. Well, yeah, it'll only. Where does it say here? Okay, so just make sure that's unchecked. Where it says send order even when holdings exist for the symbol. So make sure it's unchecked. That's in the entry time. Okay. Okay, guys, notice what happened here. Remember, I put this conditional buy order for MLSS on a pullback, I think to $4 or something, or 401. So it took the trade. It ended up taking the trade on the pullback. And then let's see what happens from here. Now, the same thing though with a stop. You would have had to know where your stop is if you got filled at 401. And that would, again, share size you. All right. So if your stop was, again, I'm just make the math easy. If it was 10 cents, was at 391, then you could have taken 1,000 shares. So you would have put 1,000 shares here, and you would have added the stop at 390 once it took the pullback. Remember, always have a stop. Always, always, always have a stop. So this doesn't look good, actually. I'm looking, you know, I see 386 on the bid right now, and it's halted at 431. Now that might, oh no, I see 431, 440. Sorry about that. 431, 440, but it, you know, so it's not right now. It's not looking like it's going to pop, but again, that can change. Yeah, I mean, this is hardly a crash. Hardly. I mean, look at the SPY. I mean, you know, it would really have to get down to these levels. I mean, this was when it was all doom and gloom. This is when it was over. Well, look what happened after. Okay, guys, AVGR looks like it's trying to come back a bit here. Remember, it got as high as 325 in the pre-market, so it does have some room to run. So guys, again, I'm just very patiently waiting to see if we get some more options. I don't have to be in trades all day long. And just for those of you, when I say options, I'm not trading the options here, okay? I'm trading the stock. It's just that for those of you who trade options, so we don't scan for options, but we have option filters that can maybe help you find stocks that you want to trade the options in. So we've got some obvious ones: the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. All right. This one right there, the option volume, that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, combination of puts and calls. And this is the key one right there, the option volume today percent. So if I put 200 here, so what that means is if over the last 10 days, a company has averaged, say, 2,000 contracts a day, for you to see that company today, it will have to be trading 4,000 contracts, 200% double. Okay? So in other words, it's helping you find stocks that are having an abnormal option trading day. Now, if that helps you trade the option, great. And that's all I'm doing in this one. You know, my minimum is 2,000 contracts, but it's 400%. So, you know, these are trading at least 4 times normal. So that's why we see Fluent. I mean, look at the option volume today, 35,000. That's a lot. And 18, I mean, it's 18 times normal. And the SUPV, I mean, look at this. I mean, you can just see this doesn't trade options very much. I mean, 34.5%. So that's like 345 times normal. So this does not trade options very much. But on a day like today, that's why we can find it. Yeah, so Mark, unfortunately, and I'm going to ask you to send it. Coming from our customers is stronger than coming from me. Yeah, what they did for me, the developers did for me, and it's only available for me, is to make the symbols a lot more dark so that, because I'm displaying my screen all day long. Okay, but unfortunately it's not an option for you guys. This is not a full-blown charting program. Because I mean, I know most charting programs you could control that. But yeah, if you send something, hey guys, why don't you allow us to? I see Barry's screen. How come you don't allow us to do it in very easily? In properties. Add a screen darkening or symbol dark. Something. So what is this MLSS? I mean, this is has to be a symbol name change right here. No way, it's an IPO. So it's been on the run. I mean, it's had a nice 3 months from 140 to $4. Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to have an arrangement with TrendSpider. I'm sure didn't it cover it? So that if you want TrendSpider, you get a discount. But I would just watch it. It'll be recorded, so you can watch it anytime you want. Well, we don't. No. These are our charts, but I mean, just like TradingView, okay. But we'll have we have a link right now. So if you had TrendSpider, we have a link. Let me show you. Yeah, down here, TrendSpider. So we link now with the TrendSpider charts. That's all. I mean, we're not using TrendSpider charts. All right, guys. I again shall return. I'll be right back. All right, back guys. So yeah, I hope you guys are following Real and some of the others who they're almost specialty now is shorting tops. Okay, I would do it also. I just can't. I just don't have the well. I can't spend the time watching it and answering questions. So my whole thing right now is just really I don't trade that much anyway. Even if I weren't doing this, you know, I probably will only take about 4 or 5 trades a day anyway. But my whole thing right now is just watching this and concentrating on these. But I mean, you're following Real and guys like that who, I mean, they're looking at shorting tops and they're really good at calling them. I mean, I'd love to do some of them, but I just don't have, I just can't pay attention. Just so you know. Meanwhile, Geo continues down, and I want to see the other one. They see, has it finally caught up? CXW. Yeah, so should have. That's stupid of me. I mean, this is one I probably should have taken because I noticed this in the pre-market that Geo was falling. See, look at Geo in the pre-market. See what it was doing pre-market. Look at all this. Okay, and remember. So try to remember this, and then look at CXW, which is the other prison stock. It wasn't doing that, but once the market opened, look what it did. And I thought, wow, because they virtually always trade the same. Zynga, what is happening with Zynga? It's a big float, $1 billion in the float. And that's a pretty impressive move for $1 billion in the float at 5%. Let's see if it takes out the high of a couple of days ago, 5 days ago. All right, guys, this little one, this one has got active yesterday. We've seen this one really NBY, talking about NBY. Big active day yesterday, continuation now. 31 million in the float, so it's not super low, really not high. On the move, look left on that monthly chart, 148, so it's above that high. The next high in the monthly chart, 194, so it has a shot maybe to get to the 2 level. All right, guys, RIGL underneath 5 now, really sinking from the pre-market, 640, really sinking. I mean, it's still up 8%, but it is just really starting to sink here. or not. Let's see if this still holds underneath 5. RIGL. So I'll tell you what I did, guys, just to show you even why I'm seeing this one. I decided just for fun to flip this, okay? So by flipping, so I can take these filters, okay? Now the only thing that's going to get flipped is the new low, okay? So all the other filters, if I had said something like, and the stock has to be up 3%, in one of these filters, which I may even add that has to be above the high. I might add that later on. But anyway, if like the filters that can be flipped will be flipped. In other words, reversed. Now, obviously, you can't reverse these. You know, doesn't make any sense. But again, if I'd had one filter that said stock has to be up 3%, then to flip it, the stock would have to be down 3%. So I just took this. The one that can be flipped, of course, is changing it from a new high to a new low. So the flip feature then, well, I don't want to do it because I don't want to flip it. But what you do is you duplicate the window, okay? And then you flip it. So you don't have to recreate something. You don't have to recreate everything. You just flip it and see what's happened. So all these filters are the same, but now that turns into a new low. So that's what I did, just to see what would happen. It's, you know, on a stock on the way down. And I'm just going to test it a little bit. See, you know, do I want to add that as a strategy to auto trade stocks on the downside? I don't know. Oh, there's that ATRS. Yeah, it's a nice move over 5 now. What's the next high looking left is about 513, I think. 513. A lot of resistance probably right around that area. If it takes that out, it's got room. ATRS. Okay, I have to change headsets. Just a minute, please. All right. Wow, guys, this is on the way up. This just resumed. I just noticed this one. So this is his IMNN. I mean, you know, this got up to $93 in the pre-market. It is really look at this. Look at the volume coming in. This is the biggest volume bar of the day on that 15-minute chart. But it is, what's the spread like? Wow, it is really whippy. Really, really whippy. I mean, in a heartbeat, that dropped $7. Remember, this is a 2-minute candle right there. Ooh. All right, now this came in yesterday also, the EBON. No, you know what? I don't like that red bar, but market is trying to put in another red bar. This happened yesterday with it too. And plus we're very, very close to that whole number, of course, 12. Yeah, I'm getting out of it. I'm just getting out of that trade. EBON, okay? Don't like a couple of reasons. I didn't like it was very close to the whole number. Market's putting in that little red bar. This is a crypto play. You can always get back in if it takes out 12, I guess. So I'm going to. Yeah, kind of like that. Just wish the market weren't doing this. But just watching this. Not by. Okay, so the size of the font. So are you talking about the symbols that you see in all the windows? There's no 20%, no, but I mean, if I'm understanding what you're talking about, you go to tools, options, and then where it says in the general fonts. So you can go from 10 to 12, things like that. But there's no, and then you just save it, and that'll change everything. Is that what you mean? Don't like. There's no way to change this. Ah, I knew I should have got out of it. Are you talking about how I'm displaying to you, or are you talking about how you're seeing on your own monitor, Ramin? If you're talking about how I'm displaying to you, I can't do anything about that. Now, what you can do, okay, so your own layout. Okay, well, okay, if I can understand, I mean, you can just take these windows and, stretch them out. You just grab. You can make the windows as big as you want just by grabbing a side and pulling on it. Is that what you mean? And then you can increase the font size. You can't go into individual windows and increase the font size, but if you go to tools, options, and then in general where it says fonts, you can pick your font. So you want to make it bigger, go to 12 or really big, 16. Yeah, I got too jumpy on that EBON. I got too jumpy on it. But now, wow, I mean, look, 1186, 1245. It just that it dropped under 12 a couple of times. I didn't like that. So on an alert window or a multi-strategy window, you should have something that says properties. Right click properties and then actions, just uncheck it. Let me just bring up a multi-strategy window. Pretty sure that's the same. Right click, yep, right click properties, actions, just uncheck it. Okay, the actions, just uncheck the play sound. Man, did I botch that E-bond. Wow. Wow. Yeah, so Dom, it'll be all over the place. Okay, there's no right or wrong time frame. I mean, some people will use 1 minute charts. I never do. But it's there's no right or wrong. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to flatten out of that MLSS trade. Well, I didn't like the way I saw it the way it was trading yesterday, Rodak. Remember yesterday? We had that alert also for EBON. I don't know if you remember, but then it did this, boo, all the way down. And I just didn't like the way it was trading at all. I didn't like the market moving down a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, it happens. I mean, even here, I mean, look at the 2 minute chart. It's up to 1260 and it drops down to 1199. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Bottom line is you gotta have too many shares then, because your stop, with a proper stop, is you'd be risking, in my opinion, way too much. But I mean, it's working now. And as you know, well, some of you know anyway, I've got wow, that's what this is. That's the sound alert I keep hearing now over and over and over again. Wow. And wow was right. So this one just showed up also, okay, KAR, this is, the option play reverse shorting. I mean, this could be really interesting. I mean, look at this, 1481. This, of course, got hammered yesterday. on earnings, but it had a big rally. But now it's, for all the reasons it got stomped on yesterday, they're still in place. Yeah, so the only reason it didn't go in auto is that your limit offset wasn't big enough. I mean, and again, I really, really, really encourage you to watch that video over again. But I will explain what I'm talking about. Okay, because these are all questions that are answered. In the edit trading strategy, you have a limit offset. So if you've got it on auto, if you've turned it on and it did not take the trade, that means that, let's just say for argument's sake, you got an alert at 284, but the stock is moving quickly. Even in auto mode, you could never get a fill at 284. Maybe by the time you could do it, it's at 290. Okay? So this is what the limit offset does. It says, okay, how far outside of the alert am I willing to go? So my guess is that, well, then I have if it's a market order, that doesn't make any sense to me. It has to fill. I wouldn't do market orders though. I would do limit orders with a limit offset. But if you've turned it on, I mean, I have no explanation, then why wouldn't it do it automatically on a market order, which is dangerous. Because obviously, if you've turned this on, I mean, then it should take the trade. I mean, if you get an alert, it should take the trade. And you're connected. You're in simulation mode. You've connected. You can turn them on, but if you're not connected, well, you have to. Okay, if you go to you're connected. Okay, and you can. I mean, you should be able to just click on Sim. That'll get you in there, but you'll also see it here in the Connect. Okay. Please watch the video again. Really watch that video again before you commit. I'm sure you're just doing this in simulation mode. See, terrible exit. So look at that, 78 cents for my exit. Terrible exit. Is it really the GameStop? I won't be able to watch it, but it's pretty fascinating. Ah, who's on today? Okay. Okay, guys. Listen. Wow, it's crept up on me. 11:57. I will be heading out very soon. Chris will be taking over in the YouTube feed today. And I just want to get my announcement in. So I'm just going to wait for him to tell me. Yeah, he's going to tell me when he's starting. So let me get the announcement in. I'll be back at around 12:30. I'm going to stick an alert down here for KAR around 470. I mean, there's the low yesterday, 1380. And so it's got some room. It's intrigued to see how these would work on the reverse of the options plays, just the ones moving down. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on Chris, see if he shows up soon. Then I'll be taking off. Oh, okay, okay. So he's got another minute to go. Kind of watching the RIGL still. I mean, it doesn't seem that dynamic. I want to see if it can just fall off that 5. Well, guys, 3 great winners. I mean, 709 up to 750, 291 up to whatever it got to, 362, 1186, all the way up to what, 13. So producing well again. Option scanner. All right. Okay. I see you're in there, Chris. Okay. Thanks, Chris. So I'll stop my stream now. So I'll see you guys at a little, probably about 12:35. Okay. I'm going to stop my stream now.
Alright, looks like Barry has passed it over to me. I'm filling in for Jamie today, everybody. If you guys don't know me, my name is Chris, one of the support and educators here at Trade Ideas. I'm a little more behind the scenes than some of the other guys if you haven't had any interaction with me. Jamie is stuck in very cold Texas and can't really make an internet connection, so I'm your substitute teacher for the day. I don't really have much content provided. I kind of have an idea of something I might try to do with you all if nobody has any questions to kind of direct where we go. So just let me know if you guys have any questions or anything like that that you want demonstrated, and if not, I'll kind of make up some content as we go along. All right, I'm not seeing any questions or anything coming in at the moment here with you guys. So what I was going to do is some of the previous times I've filled in here before, I have shared what I worked on as a swing scan. Still kind of in the works. I haven't been working on it too much lately, but I wanted to share how I came about the swing scan and how I converted it from a top list. So anybody that's not familiar with top list conversion to an alert list, we use a collaboration function. So what I'm going to do is load the top list that it originally came from, and it came from what I use as an evening scan actually. I use this scan to try to look for kind of cup and handle patterns on daily and weekly charts. I'm more of a swing trader. So if we take a look here on my evening scan, we right click and we come to the configure and come to the summary, and you can get a glimpse of what I'm doing here in the scan, what I'm looking for. All right, I'll pause on that. I see Todd's got a question here. And Chris has a question here on the block trade scan. How can I find the block trade is buying or selling? I don't believe you can actually. Let's take a look here if we go to an alert window. This is for Chris here. He's asking about the block trades. So if we go to search and configure, I believe, yeah, the block trade just tells you the number of shares. And if you want to get an extra blurb on that, see how we have it highlighted here. If you click help, it's going to give you one of these here. And so that's what it's going to tell us here. So yeah, essentially it's just telling you that the trade took place. It doesn't tell you whether it was a buy or a sell specifically. So yeah, sorry, just reading through it again really quick. There's nothing specific here, and it tells you whether or not that was what side that was coming from. So I gotta get rid of that. And then I see Todd has a question about after hours. I have filters change post market, set to 4% volume today, set to 2000, and sort by change from the close. It's not that fit the filters, but not appear on the scanner Tilray. I mean, more likely than not, Todd, if it didn't fit, there was a filter that it wasn't satisfying on that for whatever reason, or the actual alert function of the scanner itself, if it was an alert versus a top list window. I'm not sure if it was a top list or if that was a an alert window. But what you could always do, Todd, is this here. Um, So if you've ever used our stocks like this page here, let me look for that. So if you come here and you navigate to our homepage, Todd, let's see, come to support, go to traders area, and go to the stocks like this, and we can enter Tilray. And let's see here. It was yesterday, it was Wednesday, and let's set it up. Let's just call it at 16 is 4. So we go 4 and we'll say it was 4:30 and we hit submit. This is going to tell us every single thing that Tilray was doing with all the filters and or alerts that we have at that time. So it satisfied every one of these alerts, Todd, and these are the minimum and maximum values of every single filter that had going on there, Todd. So if you run back the history on that, Todd, in that because this will give you a 5-minute block. So in that 5 minutes, minimum and maximum values here on all that, you can match up what was going on in those filters or what the filters were with what was happening here. And if we scroll down, we can see that's just got a list of every single filter that we have and its minimum and maximum values here. This is actually, if you're anybody that's not familiar with it, a way to back engineer scan if you wanted. You can create a collab link. It does have a limit on how big that link could be, but essentially you could click any one of these filters that are here and any of the alerts. If we scroll back up to the top here as well, you could click on any of these alerts here. So we'll just do it real quick. So you were looking at post market, so or well, you said it was a top list. All right. So we could take things like the price. We could take volume percent of the day for fun. Let's take a 5-minute volume. This kind of relates into what I was actually going to do earlier. Show you how you use a collab link. Let's see what else that we had here going on. What's something else? Let's throw a change in 15-minute percent on there as well. All right, so now we've selected all those. We go up and down. We can see the different things that I've selected. And then we come down here and we go to see copy config window. If we click selected, up here it's going to give me a link, that collaborate link there. All right. And here's all the other things that we could add if we wanted. We're not going to for this exercise though. And if we take this link and we copy it, we come to new, let's come to a top list. And it doesn't matter what the top list is, because once we open this top list here, we're going to right click and go to collaborate. And we're going to replace the link that's here with the one we just copied. We're going to go paste. And now look, stocks like Tilray. And so obviously nothing right now is satisfying that, but if we were to go to time frame, historical date, and we go to yesterday the 17th at, I think we did what, 4:30ish, and there's Tilray. So there we go. Sort columns, it has no columns other, so let's throw some columns in there for fun. Let's see, volume shares today. So we just added those columns real quick, and now we're going to get what that data was there at 4:30 with Tilray. So if that helps you, Todd, you can back engineer the scan like that and see what those filters were that might have been blocking you. So like I said, if you just take that list that you had, run the history on it, or you don't even really have to run the history, just look in, go into your configure, go to the summary and see what that scan's looking for, and then compare it to what Tilray was doing at whatever time you think it should have been showing up, and that'll give you what was blocking it. The one other thing I'll throw out there that people do run into with top list issues, Just make sure that you have the right exchanges selected. I don't think you should have an issue with that, but yesterday, for example, I had someone in a troubleshoot that wasn't getting a stock, and it was a pink sheet stock. They didn't have the pink sheet selected, so that's why it wasn't coming through. So those are little things that happen that I myself gotten hung up on as well. Um, do you want that collab link? Yeah, sure, I can get you that collab link. Um, Make sure it's the right one. Stocks like Tilray. Copy. So that's going to be that collab link for you, Todd. If you, like I said, if you just open a new top list and you use the collab feature, just paste that in there, and that's that magic trick for you. And like I said, for anybody, a lot of times people are like, oh, stock ABC was doing all these things at this time. How do I make an alert window that does that? Well, just go to this here, the stocks like this page. Punch in that ticker and that time. It's going to give you a 5-minute block, and you'll get all the filters and statistics basically that was going on with that stock at that time. And that's how you can back engineer any scan. You know what, Todd? I actually am not going to be able to share this with you. I'm sorry. It's too big for the chat to go in more than I can add here. If you send a email to info@trade-ideas.com, I can email it to you that way, but I can't put the collab link in here. It's not big enough. So if you just email it here. So just email the request Todd there, and I'll keep this window saved for you so that I can get that over to you. And then let's see. Hi Chris, what do you think about RESN? Oh, let's take a look. RESN. Looking at it based on what I kind of do for trading. First off, it's in a sector I absolutely love, which is semiconductors. Um, I look at things more on a long-term basis. So let's do this with the charts and give myself a weekly chart if I may. So this is what I think right there. You got back in 2017 where it hit off that top right there. If you just send it to that, Todd, and just write, for Chris V, because there's a Chris M and a Chris V. Just, attention Chris V, and I will get that over to you shortly afterwards. So anyways, back to RESN. This is what I'd look at here, and I'll get my drawing tool out and a couple of things that I'll note here as more of a long-term looker here. So first thing I'll look at that we'll go over is insiders. You got more inside buying than selling, but it's not a significant number on either one, to be honest. So nothing crazy there to look at, but you do have people that are a believer in the stock. This looks like it was either, I'm guessing, earnings there that shot that up or some kind of news release. And then you have two big bases that are here. So, and the other thing I'm looking at is it's just a long-term decline on the weekly chart. So I would want to see a lot of consolidation in here. And you need to hold this gap. Those are what I'm looking at for me to personally be interested for what my criteria is. I don't know what your criteria would be. That's on a weekly chart though. So, I'm looking at this area to hold. That's what I'm looking at. And then to go from there. I mean, if we go back and we take the single stock window again and we look at the details, I mean, 50 million on the float, so it's not a large float, but you can see this doesn't exactly have a lot of dynamic moves in it. So, like I said, I don't know what got it interested in there. I don't look at news almost ever. So if you want to pull up the news yourself and take a look at it. But like I said, I'm guessing this was news driven because its earnings is March 3rd and the pre-market according to that there. So there's nothing, while it's in a sector that I absolutely love, there's nothing that jumps out at me about that chart personally for my criteria of trading whatsoever. especially with that run up there. But once again, we'll bring it back to a daily chart here. You want to look at this area here to hold for sure. One other thing that I will note is that, after that you have interest declining as well as that volume is declining too. So that's my 2 cents on it for what it's worth. So, all right, I don't see any other questions popping up in here at the moment, so I'm going to get back to. Hey, Mike C, how are you? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. So we'll get back to that collab link thing. So, like I said, I'm a swing trader. I look for more kind of cup and handle patterns on weekly and daily charts. So, bring this back to a weekly. We're going to bring this to a daily. And get rid of that drawings there. And so essentially this scan is what I use at night after the market closes. And this is what it's looking for here. I'm looking at stocks between these prices, $4 and $35. I want to see a relative volume of 1, but also that it traded at least 350,000 shares for that day. I want it to close at least 75% above the low of today's range. I want it 85% above the range of 20 days. And I like things below 250 million in the float. You're welcome for that 2 cents on that there. And I just sort by change from close and dollars on the top. So, but essentially this gives me some cup and handle patterns. It has things that are extended too, but it works all right. And we'll just take a look real quick what it's doing intraday here. Normally I like it more on after hours, but so, all right, so we look here. Maybe some sort of cup and handle pattern there. Not crazy about the fact that it shot up here, but same thing kind of here. And just to give you an idea of what I'm looking for in the scan, then we're going to take this scan and we're going to convert it to an alert window and how I optimized from there to create this window that's up here. So we look here, look, the drawing almost fits once again. It's different stock, same drawing though. So you can see that the scan, what it's looking for here more or less. Interesting, that happens to be something that Holly traded today. That's very noteworthy. Can I share that scan? Absolutely. So configure, share scan. Once again, this is just what I like to trade. I like slower things. I don't like things that are trading, if it's 1 minute volume is, 2,000%, odds are I'm not trading it. At least on that day anyways. I don't like stuff that's whipping around all over the place. Slow and steady wins the race for me. Anyways, so this is more or less what the scan is looking for. And then so the idea is because I'm trading kind of this time frame, I took this scan and what I did was I created a collab link with it. Once again, we go to collab. Do that slow for you guys. Sorry about that. So right click and we go to collaborate. We have this URL that's created right there, and we're going to copy that URL, and we'll close that. We'll go to new. We're going to go to an alert window. Doesn't matter what the alert window is. We just click OK because all we need is the window itself. And for this alert window, like I said, it's just a whatever alert window. I'm going to go to collaborate again, and I'm going to replace this here. So let's get rid of that. And we're going to paste what I just did there and right there. Now it's still called breaking out on volume because I didn't change the name of that window, but if we right click and we go to configure, we are going to find a summary that has everything that had in the top list exactly translated over for filters. Now all I need to do is figure out what kind of alert I want to use. So we come back to here and I like to use a new high alert. In fact, I like to use a new high filtered. So there we go, new high filtered. So add alert, and we're going to get rid of that heartbeat. And for those of you that aren't familiar, that heartbeat there is what we used to have before we had the top list. And this essentially is the top list update every 30 seconds. The heartbeat updates every 5 minutes. So it's obsolete, but we leave it there. It has other behind the scene functions and purposes with data. So I won't go down those roads, but essentially that's why it's there. You do have it as an option, but a top list is what replaced that. So now we're going to select the new high. We're going to go to summary and we're going to name this. and we're going to call it cup and handle swing. And we're going to press OK. And there we have it. That's it. So this is the raw swing right now. And this is how I started when I started working on an automated swing trading scan. All right. So now if we go to right click and we back test it, we're just going to open this way up. Advanced. Let's keep it to 30 days so we don't have so much data coming that we're delayed. We're going to, for now, we're going to actually let's do it at a market open because we know we want it to be a swing trade. Let's say we're holding for 3 days. All right. Risk management, we're not going to use any risk management because it's a swing trade. All right. We've got the advance, only 30 days. So here's the summary of what we're doing. We're initiating trades between 9:30 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the evening. We're closing it on the open after 3 days. No stop loss, no profit target, no advanced exits, and just a 30-day test, and we're buying. And let's just see what it gives us. We'll keep in mind that while we're doing this, that probably results earlier than later in the 30 days are going to look nicer, as you know, we've had some much more choppiness before that big run up that we've recently had. So we're clicking away another moment and we will have that there for you. And there we go. So now, some notes that we want to make here. Get my drawing tool. So obviously there's a market draw down there, back up, and we can see here as we've had some choppiness the last few days. All right, nice equity curve that we have overall. But the things you want to note here now is also, I've just put in, so it's 100 shares at a clip. I'm doing this with an set of equity curves that have $1 commission because IB is still the only auto trade that we really have. As anybody that's tried the E-Trade beta that we released the other day, it's not working, so we're taking it down again. And then I put a little slippage in there right there, just for fills that aren't going to be at the hit on the alert. All right, so let's get rid of that. Now, the next important thing to look at whenever you are doing back testing is the equity curve's nice, but one great day or one bad day can make or break that equity curve. So we come to daily, and we see on the daily, that's a nice daily. 1, 2, 3, 4 red days out of all those other days. So we've got a real good base that's here. We look at the next set of statistics, almost 1,700 trades. All right, there's our average winner and loser. So let's see how we can start to get this looking a little better overall. First thing I like to do when I come to optimizing any of this. So, all right, we're going to come to optimization. So the first thing we can look at here is the price interval. Now, right now we see a price interval of $3. So let's break that up and let's go with a 50-cent price interval. And see how that works for us. Press 50, we press enter, and now look at that. And this is going to give us what the winners and losers were for all these intervals. All right. And as we scroll down, we can see how many trades were taken for each one of these, the profit factor, the win percentage. And I'm not seeing anything that I want to cut fat from exactly right now as far as that interval goes, because you got some good winners and losers across the board there, to be honest. So there's no sector that I want to take it out. For fun, let's go with $1 and just see if that shifts that data look for us. All right, so the next thing that I like to note, and this is a Michael Noss tip, is that profit factor is more important than win percentage. So profit factor 2.6, I'll keep this here because that 44 win percentage, I think that red makes it look worse than it is. We've got some nice green that are across all the rest of the statistics there. All right, and as we scroll back down again, let's just see on the bottom half of this. Once again, I'm not going to let these little red numbers counter what's nice here for all the rest of that green. So that looks like it's good for that price range that's there. Next thing we want to look at is time of day. And right now it's at a 60-minute interval. So why don't we break it down to a 5-minute interval? All right, and as we break it down to a 5-minute interval, we're not seeing anything in the early morning hours that are concerned. Now we start to see a lot more red that are popping up here later in the day. So we're going to take this and we're going to bring it up to a 15-minute interval. Give us something a little more workable. And now that we've broken that down, we can see really throughout the day this has worked well by entering trades all those times. So there's nothing more to break it down there. So we're going to go to other filters now. And this is where you can really, really, really come down the rabbit hole. So in here on this drop down menu, every single filter that exists, you can optimize now. And that's when you can go back and forth to the scan and start to cut fat that way. So for example, we are using, for example, the position and range day. So why don't we find position in today's range and see how that works. So I'm going to scroll down. We're going to find position and range somewhere. Position and sorry, having trouble finding that. You know, we'll start with the 20 day because 20 days in there as well for a filter. So we bring it to position 20-day range, and whoa, look at that. All right, now we're doing it at intervals of 100. Let's do it in intervals of 25 and see what happens there. And we can see that basically anything that is over 150% in the 20-day range is garbage on this scan with that. So let's go to alert window, and we're going to right click, and we're going to go to configure. We're going to go to the 20-day range, and we're going to say a max of 149. All right, we're going to click OK. We're going to click OK, and this tells us what we changed right there. So we now have a max value of 149 in the position 20-day range. And let's run this scan again. And everything else in the scan is exactly the same as we ran it before. Let's give that a second here, and we're going to bring back up the summary. Let's get that equity curve back up while this second scan runs. And then I saw a question come in about how do I customize the AI to trade a specific size. You give me one moment, I will show you that. Later in the day to watch this video for whoever it was that just joined. I saw the message come in. Essentially what you'll have to do is wait till YouTube finishes crunching this entire feed, and then you can watch the day's replay on our YouTube channel. You'll just have to fast forward to find the segment of it because it's going to have, hours worth of content that Barry was already doing at that point. Okay, so let's see here. Really quick, to make the AI, if you're talking about an actual automation here for the AI, while that's crunching the numbers here for training the AI. So if you come here, this is the Brokerage Plus tab. You're going to come to the Holly tab here. If you right click, you're going to edit long trading instructions, and this will edit all the long trading strategies. And you come to position size. You can either do it fixed dollars, fixed shares, or based on our stop loss. So for example, if you just want to risk $100 per trade period, you go based on stop loss, and then dollars, you go 100, and that's it. And every time she takes a trade, she will buy you share size based on that, if that makes sense for you there. I'm also going to drop a video in here that covers that and much, much more on all of Brokerage Plus. Basically, if you have a question for automation of Holly and Brokerage Plus, how to link Brokerage Plus with Interactive Brokers, every single thing that you are going to have a question about is going to be covered in this video right there. Okay, so now We finished that odds maker, and we get to look right away just by doing what we did. That one optimization, we took a profit factor 2 to 2.57. We went from just under 1,700 trades to 16, just under 1,650. We really opened this up on that average winner or loser. While we dropped our average winner, we really dropped our average loser too. We can see that the strategy return went from 160 to 195. So that, a much healthier equity curve. And then one more thing that we can look at that I think is a big deal to notice is look at the down draw that happened here in the equity curve there. Much nicer down draw there. And this down draw here looks much nicer here as well. So right off the bat, let's compare our dailies again. So if we look at the daily, we can see that we went from 4 losing days to 2 losing days, and those 2 losing days are much smaller than they were previously. So just that one little bit of optimization did all that to that scan right there. Will this software be available for Mac? Can this all be done through web interface? The automation part that I was just showing with Brokerage Plus, no, cannot be done on the web version. I don't know that there'll ever be a app for Mac. That's more of a developer question, but from my understanding, trying to get all this to translate over to a Mac is extremely difficult because essentially any of the data and any of that stuff that's coming out of the stock market, that's all old. It's all dinosaur servers and stuff like that. They don't run on Macs. They don't run on iOS type of stuff, coming out of the NYSE and the NASDAQ and all that. So that's why everything is Windows based. It's, we're working with what data is coming, from the dinosaurs that are the NYSE and the NASDAQ and all that. So your workaround for that there, Magnum, would be to either use Parallels or Amazon Workstation as a virtual machine to run the Windows app or run a virtual machine for Windows so you could do the app. Your other options, I believe Macs, they come with a software called Boot Camp, I think it's called. The only issue with that is you can't switch back and forth between the iOS and the virtual machine while you're running Boot Camp. So, but those are really the only options, and it's kind of what we're stuck with working. One of the reasons why people always ask, why doesn't your software link with this or why doesn't your software link with that? Nobody gives us the keys to their software. Thinkorswim doesn't give TD doesn't give us the keys to Thinkorswim. We have to make our round pegs fit in their square holes. So, they're not helping us when we go to any of these companies. They're not saying, "Oh, hey, Trade Ideas, come and work with us so we can make your software fit with ours." They don't know us. They don't care about us, and they don't care about our users, and they don't care about their users. So, it's us left to figure out how can we make our stuff work with their stuff with absolutely no help from anybody else. And that's the reason why, things don't always happen as quickly as you would like, and certainly as quickly as we would like. So that's as far as things go for as far as Macs and us trying to make it work with a Mac and any other software. So anyways, back to this optimization here. We just did that one bit of optimization, and that really, really took that scan to the next level, just off that little bit there. So if we come back to the optimization tab again here, let's find something else that may be of an interest to us with these other filters here. So if we look at, well, just for fun, we're going to use this 1 minute RSI because it's popping up here. It's using intervals of 10. Let's change it to intervals of 5. And we could see that this one bad area that's here, oh, you're welcome, Magnum. All right, so we could see that there's not a whole lot of fat to cut on this 1 minute RSI, but we're going to do it just for fun. We could see that anything going over that level there of 94.99 isn't so great, and so we can basically drop off 32 trades with that right there. Obviously, while this isn't a fun number to look at, we're going to hold that to not sacrifice all of that. Let's get rid of those drawings. Let's put that up here. And once again, we're going to go to alert window. And we're going to go to configure. I'm going to go to this here. And let's just see if 1 minute RSI happens to be in here. No. All right, so hide unused. We're going to go to search. We're going to search RSI. I'm going to take a 1-minute RSI filter. We're going to add that filter. And what was the number that we want to get rid of? Anything over 94.99. So we go to max, 94.99. We're going to click OK. Once again, this is telling us what we changed right there, just that 1-minute RSI. We're going to click OK, and we are going to run the back test. Everything is exactly the same as before. The only thing we changed is 1-minute RSI. We're going to let that run. That's running a little quicker than last time, so we're going to bring back up the summaries, the equity curve, bring back the summary, the equity curve again. That's where we want to start the comparisons. And that is almost done running. So 1, 2, 3. Whoops. Unfortunately, I think I closed one. All right, so well, we closed the original back test, if you excuse me on that. And right here, let's take a look again. So we took it from a profit factor of 2.57, 2.66. We left the average winners at $1.78. We dropped another penny off the average losers. We took the strategy return from 195 to just over 200. So all looking good. As we said, we dropped those trades right there. There we have it. Not really much of a difference, 0.4% in the winners. But again, when you're back testing, you really want to look at profit factors more important than your win percentage. So far, we gave ourselves a little leg up. If we bring it back to the daily, I don't think we're going to see a big difference in the daily here because the daily already looks pretty outstanding. Let's compare. So yeah, nothing really much changed there on us. All right. But like I said, we took the overall totals up just a touch. So we'll come back to the optimization and we're going to come back to other filters. And let's see. Why don't we do SPY? That's a volatility filter. I'm a big fan of volatility filters, as I discussed earlier, especially with my trading. I don't want to see a ton of volatility. So we have volatility percent. This is what I like to use here. It's one of my go-to filters, and that looks like we have some fat that we can cut right there. It's going with a 0.4 interval. Why don't we do it a 0.25 interval just for fun? All right, and we can see right here, not dropping a ton. So this isn't going to do too much for us here. We're going to do it anyways just because every little spot that we can cut, we're going to cut. So what we're looking at there for that is we want a max of 2.74. So we get rid of the studies. And we're going to come back to the alert window. And this is how you optimize. And I have spent many all-nighters doing this. So if we come to configure again, and we go to search, and we go to volatility. Volatility, and we want this one here, the volatility percent. And we add the filter. And we can see what was the max there. What did we say? 2.99. So we're going to put 2.98 just for fun. And once again, that's all we changed. And then we run the back tester again. And this is how, as I like to tell people, especially when anybody comes into our chats, there is no such thing as a magic scan. There's no crystal ball scan. There's no make me rich right away scan. But if you're looking to try to get your scan to give you the best possible odds, consider it like counting cards at a poker table. This is how you're going to continuously put the odds in your favor. Yes. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah. So I'm not going to butcher his name, but he pointed out we can do that right here. That we can right click it and we can use these here to set those without going back and forth to the scan. So here we go once again. Bring our summary. Let's get our equity curve. and that actually didn't do anything whatsoever to help us on that last bit of optimization. So, but this is how we go back and forth with optimization. Um, I am going to get rid of all this here. And for anybody that's interested, I'm going to share this scan that we have now been working on, and we'll save it, share it, right click, copy, and I'm going to drop that right here into the chat for you all. And anybody that wants that scan, there you go. And you're welcome to take it from there and work on it as you like from there. Um, and question that often gets asked, and for anybody that's just here looking to see what the product is about and if this is a right fit for them or not, or you're in your first month and you're not sure you're going to keep the product or how it compares to anybody else. While I've never really used anybody else's product, I can tell you that I don't believe anybody else can backtest and do what we just did there. One disclaimer I will make about Brokerage Plus and the back testing, and something that's kind of a selfish way of me to save myself some headache in some of this, is the fact that the back testing uses 1 minute candles. It does not use a tick by tick. So if you're trying to use micro scalping strategies that have, let's say, 5% stop loss, and you're trading stuff that's under $10, it's most likely not going to translate well to the real world, even if it back tests well, because odds are you're getting stopped out in that 1 minute candle on a tick by tick somewhere that doesn't register because of the 1 minute candles. And if you think about it in realistic terms of the real world, if you have a stop loss of 1 or 2 cents and you are trading something that is whipping all around or might even have a 5 or 10 cent spread, you're getting stopped out the second you get a fill. So it's just not realistic translating to the real world. And, simply it doesn't work in a high frequency trading environment, not our software. And the same thing goes when you try to put that over into Brokerage Plus. You're not going to like the results of it. And once again, you're just looking at something that's not real world realistic. That's all there is to it. So I just like to always share that because, one, we get a lot of inquiries where, oh, my scan back tested like this, but then I put it in the simulator and it looks like that. Well, that's why. We don't have tick by tick data stored in our servers. Like everything else, there are limitations to what even we can do. So it's one of the reasons why also that anything I do back testing, I look at more of a long-term type of hold, 60-minute minimum on when I was day trading more. I've really kind of moved away from day trading at this point. A lot more money in the hold if you can hold through some of those down draws, and I find that it's a lot easier for me to share size smaller, waiting for bigger moves. So that's when I financial advisor. The other day I bought a couple stocks, a couple companies, Robinhood, and want to learn more and would love help of AI trading for me. Yeah, here's the other thing too. When I was day trading, I struggled a lot with it, and it was something that actually I was in a support webinar that Michael Noss was doing one time, and he was discussing how, I had the plan, and it's the same thing. Exactly what he said was in my head for a lot of it. I had a plan every day that was going in. I had scans that looked nice, and I was, my chart reading abilities were always improving, and as soon as those flashing lights hit, I froze. Or I would get into the trade and I would forget my plan. And so I found that, letting the bots work for me, they seem to just, and I don't like full automation either. I don't want it to control everything. But knowing that if the bot got into something and that, the market conditions are around what they had been while I was creating the scan, that the odds were in my favor and it made it easier to manage from there, essentially. So, that's, sorry, catching up on the chats, what's going on there. So that's kind of, part of my 2 cents for part of the reasons why I moved over from day trading to swing trading. I also find that a lot of these swing trading setups that I'm finding from my evening scan that I'm putting together for the next day on price alerts and things like that, there are occasions where I take a decent share size and then make a good run up real quick, and I can take out, one third or half that lot right there and lock in some profits and move my stop up. And all of a sudden, if it makes a big pullback that I'm uncomfortable with, I've already locked in some profit there where I'm not looking at, I need 5 cents to make my trade. It just becomes a much more difficult thing personally for me to trade when, if 5 cents is making or breaking the trade that I'm in, for me, for my strategy, for my personality, I'm in the wrong trade. So, it's one of those things that, while we talk about scans and algorithms and all kinds of things like that, you find out the kind of personality you have too when you're trading. Some people are better moving fast and things going fast and they take that data in quickly, and some people don't. So a lot of times a person, and myself included, I had to ask myself, it's not the kind of trader that I want to be necessarily versus the kind of trader that I actually am. So if any of that's clicking, and I am now rambling on here while we kill time till Barry takes over the feed again. So if there's any other questions or anybody wants me to circle back on any of this, please let me know. No, I agree, and if Mike C's still in here, he can attest to every time I'm in here. I always give a plug to William J. O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks. It's actually where I got the idea of these kind of cup and handle patterns. It's not a difficult read book, and especially the beginning, it goes over how these charts for cup and handle patterns, you can go back over 100 years, and especially if you start to look at um, sectors or new businesses that are the up and coming stuff. So my evening scan, one of the beautiful things about it, and if you ever see me post anything on Twitter, is I talk a lot on that about custom computing and semiconductors and data processing. It just seems to be the thing that is always hitting my evening scan. So that tells me something. That's where it's going. The money's going. Recently, actually, it's been showing me a lot of energy. I always kind of am about energy because you never know when someone's going to come out with a tweet or a policy or something that can really affect energy. But my point being is that, think about what are the up and coming sectors of the world, how the world is changing right now, how this virus has changed the world, this work at home environment, how much more cloud and data space is needed and things like that. And then we can go back and look at kind of cup and handle patterns on a lot of this stuff. So, for example, I have a sector list that I look at over here, and here's something that I've really been watching. This right here, CLOU, cloud computing. Look at that weekly chart on that. You can't tell me that that doesn't have some serious significance. So one of the things that's like, oh, is trade ideas only good for day trading? Oh, is it only good for swing trading? Oh, it's good for anything you want it to be. You have all the data at your access. How are you going to interpret that data? We look back here, and obviously I always kind of like to throw an X here as far as this goes, because that is, when the virus first came on and we had this big tank. If we pretended for a second that that didn't happen, and even if it took some kind of reasonable down draw there, all right, look at these little patterns here. Cup and handle, cup and handle, cup and handle. All the way up right there. Cloud computing sector. You can't tell me that is significant. Then look at the stocks that are related to this sector and look at what they've all done, And if you're looking at long-term investing, how could that not be a big significance to you? And you can do that with any sector. And while, yes, you could pull up a sector chart on anything, do you have a list that you can point at, just like I have here? This list that I'm now clicking through is only pointed at these sectors. That's it. So right here, let's take a look at, what is it, IYRs I want to look at. Energy. So this is why I say that you know, I won't say I'm bearish on energy, but why I stay away from it. Look at this over going back years. Look at that big bow down. There's nothing that excites me about that. That doesn't mean there might not be a trade in there somewhere, but that's not showing me where the future is. I'll tell you that right now. Not in my opinion. Once again, let's get rid of that and let's look at stocks, semiconductors. Look at that chart. All right? Look at that chart. You can't tell me, look at this, on a weekly pattern. If you're talking about investing, all right? Look at that beautiful cup and handle right here. Look at that on that weekly chart. And then you don't see a down draw till here afterwards. If you can't sit through these down draws, then you're not an investor, I'll tell you that right now. So for those of you that are saying, how does this benefit me short term and long term? We went over short term on that 4-day hold scan. Now look at this, all right? So straight up, and is that a coincidence? Okay, that's one. Why don't we take a look at another semiconductor? And I didn't even move those drawings. Look at the SMH. The same exact things. I didn't even have to move the drawings on that chart. All the same thing. So, yeah, I'll put that in there again, Mike C. So the optimize again. Copy. Sorry, couldn't find it. So that's how I'm personally using trade ideas on a long term basis. Aside from my shorter swing trades and things like that, you know, the bottom line is, semiconductors and chips. It's the way the world is moving. I'm not smarter than Wall Street. I'm not smarter than the smart money. But this is how I follow that smart money. Now I take these sectors and I break them down. And when I go through my evening scan, you can be sure that some of these will probably be a semiconductor stock that I'm going to look at weekly and daily charts, just like we're looking at here, and how maybe just taking 100 shares of something and deciding that I'm going to hold it through no matter what, unless obviously there's some kind of news that pulls that stock apart, which is part of investing, which is part of trading. So I don't know if any of that's clicking or any of that's making sense, or if there's questions that anybody has on any of what we're going on. We'll click through a few of these here and see if anything might be making the list tonight. And how these make a list for me is every one of these stocks, this is my evening scan top list here. If any one of these really make my criteria, what I do is I click the liked up here, and then I filter them over here, and I keep track of them in a top list that only looks at my liked symbols. So, oh, you guys, looks like you might be getting overtime with me because Barry's asking if I'd like to stay while he does his video. So, yeah, you guys are stuck with me for at least another, let's say, 20, 25 minutes here. So, unless you want to hear me drone on, start coming with the questions. All right, no questions so far. So, go over something that I just did today. So, Magnum, bring that back to what what I was discussing with William J. O'Neill's book, the first thing he talks about it nonstop in the beginning of that book is why would you buy something going down versus something going up? And especially if something has broken to new all-time highs, there's no resistance overhead. There's nothing to stop it. So, you know, and believe me, Magnum, I had the same thought as you had. Oh, I always want to get the pullback. Let me get the pullback. And it's not to say I won't buy something that's a pullback, but my point more, or his point more being is, you know, is it a pullback or is it weakness? It goes back to, let's look at energy once again. Let's find USO. Look how many pullbacks this chart has had on the USO. And we can even, let's do it more of a daily instead of a weekly, even looking at it on a shorter time frame here. All right, look at that. If you bought that pullback right there because you thought oil was still going to be the thing, you were in for a rude awakening right there. And now, while yes, the virus had an effect that was right there, you know, there was nothing going on that chart long before that happened that said that any pullback was healthy whatsoever. So, yeah, exactly. Long term W pattern. Exactly, exactly, exactly. So, you know, if you got the money to spare, you will put the effort into actually reading the book and doing the work. You know, I get nothing by promoting his book or whatever. It was what converted me from going from a day trader to a swing scalping trader, and gave me more of a long-term look on how I actually can invest. It's How to Make Money in Stocks. William J. O'Neill. I think Investor Business Daily or something is the company that he's associated with, or something like that. So that's why I totally understand, you know, buy the dip and all that kind of stuff like that. But I'll show you how on a long-term basis today I made a decision that I'll be holding through, if there is pain, holding through that pain. So DBD. Sorry, trying to look for. So I bought this guy here today. So if we bring it back, let's bring up a weekly chart. So we won't even scroll back that far, all right? Now, while yes, this has some long-term pain that I didn't care for going this way on the chart, we start to look at a few things that I do like here. You've got that huge base there, all right? And then these bases here, all right? So we're back up to this inflection point here that you can see my price alerts are going across all over there. We look at, I told you before, custom computing and all that is what my evening scan keeps telling me over and over again. And I see that there. I also own this stock back here many, many moons ago. And I sold it back here. All right. And then I saw that that was the right decision at that time. There's a lot of uncertainty in the market through the summer and coming into the fall. And we bottomed out again here. And now we've made a new base here. So what I'm now looking at for long term is the fact that it's a sector that I absolutely love. All right. We've built a base here. We built a base here. We built a base here. And I'm betting on that we've now built a base in here somewhere. And on a daily chart, I would look at that base more being in here. And hopefully it doesn't get down there. I'm actually basing my stop somewhere in this range down here, just above $8. I probably let it test $8 if that happens. But going back on a daily chart, just going to bring this as the daily chart here. Once again, these cup and handles that I try to look at. And in the book, he talks about you want a few weeks worth of bases. So looking that as a base, looking that as a base. I like that it took this gap. It's held that gap. It moved up. Here's my little pullback down here. I entered today just over $14. So I sit flat for the day. But this isn't something, unless this were to make a $5 move or something like that, I have no intention of taking any money out of this whatsoever. That's how I read the chart. That's how I interpret the chart. rid of those studies. And, do this with any sector really. Something that I had been kind of bullish on a few months ago was the regional banks. All right, we take a look at these regional banks here, and once again, get that out of your mind. That happened. It's behind us. All right, we built a base here, and we've been straight up off that base. All right, and there was nothing here weak about regional banks. Yes, we had that pullback there. When was that? All right, and pullbacks happen. So, and if we happen to look at that, we know that December of 2018, everybody I think remembers that when the Fed decided to tighten, as a matter of fact. And what happened when they tightened? The banks went. And then the Fed said, oh, we're just kidding. We're going to print money forever and keep the stock market propped up. And look what happened after that. That pullback immediately ended, and we're right back up. Again, weekly charts. All right? We're looking more long-term here. So just the style of trading that I do. Oh, well, listen, Magnum, I make my mistakes. I'll show you some quick mistakes that I made here. By selling too early when I was day trading, more or less. Here's a fun one. This one murders me. Semiconductor again. I was day trading this all through this mess in here, all through that mess, and then on that pullback I got back out, and I am crying in my soup every day. It's just it never lined up for me having funds to buy it and hold it at any point. I suppose in hindsight that might have been a shot for me there, but I didn't take it. I didn't have things weren't lined up for me. But once again, what is that? Semiconductor. So I've got my mistakes. Excuse me, I'm just getting a message here. All right. So, hindsight's always 2020. Yeah, you want to see? I'll give you some real more fun hindsight ones here. Here's something that I owned at $6 a few years ago. I owned that back when Holly was... Actually, I'm lying. Yeah, I owned it when Holly was trading it way back here. Oops, that's ugly. I owned that when Holly traded that back there. Software. Once again, what are we discussing? I'm looking at software, custom computing. You can't tell me if that I took 100 shares of that and it went at $3 and it had gone to zero, I lost $300. If I held through that, look at that. Now, there's no way I got all that move. Nobody on this planet was getting all that move, other than maybe the CEO or someone that's involved in that company. All right? But my point being is there is not one bearish thing about this chart. Look at this daily chart going back months here. It took that gap right there. Cup handle, cup handle, cup handle, cup handle, cup handle with the gap. You can call that a power gap or whatever you want. So now this is way out of my price range to trade these days, but if that holds that and it was not out of my price range, you better believe I'm looking at that on that pullback and holding that gap right there. So once again, using what sectors are working, using that 100-year-old cup and handle pattern that has worked over and over again nonstop, and just finding things that look like that, solar energy. All right, alternative energies. We're talking about energy being beat up. Well, we were looking at all fossil fuel energies being beat up. So why don't we take a look at solar energy? And you want to look at TAN for that. And once again, look at that. Here's a fun company. Now, if nothing else, people say, oh, is Holly good for day trading? Well, you tell me. Was Holly seeing something here in that whole sector that led to all this? And once again, get rid of that out of your mind. Nobody can account for that virus. All right? So get that out of your mind. Look at that. Holly was interested in it here and here. All right? And here. And she's continued to be interested in solar. Is that coincidence? I don't know. All I know is that her algorithms have absolutely no emotions whatsoever. All she knows is price action and what those filters say. That's it. So now, if we said a few years ago, when if anybody here has ever walked into a Home Depot or Lowe's and they have all those booths set up and they are you a homeowner? They're asking you. We're installing solar panels, or every one of us gets those robocalls nonstop. Oh, are you interested in solar panels? All this translate real world stuff. What's going on in the real world is what's going on in your stock charts. All right, those calls have been coming in since way back here. How does that translate to what you're doing and what you're investing? So now, I will disclaimer that there's absolutely no bigger fanboy of trade ideas than me. In 2017, I knew absolutely nothing about stock trading. I started attending the webinars, the 5 o'clock webinars, and things like that, and Barry's Trading Room. And here I am working for the company, almost 4 years later. So, this is the information that's there. It takes work, you know. It doesn't just fall in your lap. You got to pay attention. You got to study. You got to understand these things. Like I said, there's no magic scan, all right? But there's certainly magic in the hard work and paying attention that's all put there with these tools. And once again, just looking at that. Just looking at that. And you can't deny that whether you like it or you don't like it, there are solar panels going up on houses in every neighborhood across this entire country. And you have China that comes out with stuff about solar, and you have Europe that's pushing solar, and you have areas in Africa, South Africa, that are pushing solar. So you can get hung up on old dogmatic views or your political beliefs or views and what you think should happen, or you could get with what's going on in the real world. Well, I mean, she does have that ability to trade for you, obviously, but that's, very short term looking. So, again, I'm going to pause and stop my droning here for a moment. If there's something else that anybody wants covered that they're watching, we could take it off topic. We can relate it to what I've been droning on about. Throw it at me here in the chat. And then if nobody else pops in anything, other chats, you want to talk about tools that are free for you. Twitter. There are people on Twitter that completely changed my mind about how I look at stocks, information, and charts. One of the biggest one is JC Peretz. He's constantly talking about, why are you mad if we're in a bubble? What do you care if we're in a bubble if you can profit off of it? You know, he always likes to poke fun at the gold bugs and things like that. But you could be sure as this, that while he's poking fun at gold and things like that, if gold actually turned on charts for him and they showed better things on charts, you could be sure he'll flip his script. He's kind of the mindset of that while gold may or may not be a dumb pet rock, it doesn't mean I can or can't make money off of it, either going long or shorting on it. But I'm going to do what the charts are telling me, you know? And he put out a tweet today talking about people that are stuck in dead-end jobs for firms that have perma bears for their bosses and don't necessarily have the same values and beliefs. Why would you let anybody dictate how you're going to view any of these charts? There's always going to be a bear market, but there's not been a set of bear markets that's lasted longer than any set of bull markets. And, people have been saying we've been in a bubble for 5 years now. So for 5 years, were you not going to buy stocks over the last 5 years? Could you imagine not having bought any stocks over the last 5 years? So, there's a lot of free information out there that you can, really use. So get some one-on-one help. So for getting one-on-one help, Jason, you got to submit a request to info at trade-ideas.com. And we do charge on the one-on-ones $129 per hour for that. But that's why we have these 5 days a week for free. There's 4 days a week. There's the whatchamacallit, I'm sorry, 5 o'clock Eastern webinars as well, um, aside from everything that's on our YouTube channel. I have been considering taking some personal time on the weekends, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to do a double plug or a selfless thing and a selfish thing. Anybody here that's here, give me a follow and hit me with a direct message. That's my Twitter. Give me a follow and hit me a direct message. And if I get enough people that hit me a direct message, I will start up my YouTube channel over the weekend. And I'll, if there's a group of 5 people or more that direct message me and say that we can get together sometime, either Saturday or Sunday night, I will start up my YouTube channel and we can go over some stuff and some questions over the weekend. So that'll do on my own personal time. There's no extra charge or anything like that, and we can go over do exactly what we're doing just on my YouTube channel like that. So as far as Jason or anybody else that's there saying they want some one-on-one time, it won't be one-on-one, but I'll give you guys some time personally myself over the weekend. And sorry, catching up here. PLSC, we're asking about PLSE.
And the answer is what? Why do you think the answer? What do you think the answer is? Poe. It's staring at you. Nope. Not the volume. Nope. At least according to our data provider, it doesn't trade options. See, option volume today is 0. It's not an optionable stock. So I see GME's been all over the place. I wonder if I might listen to a transcript of this guy talking. But so did the kitty guy already talk, or is he coming up, or the tiger, whatever he calls himself? Kitty. Okay. Has he talked already? Roaring Kitty. All right, that's right. He's already talked. Okay. He's sort of the head Wall Street's bet guy, who started this whole thing in GameStop, GME. Stole the string back. Okay, guys, so I am confident that we will get some more option plays sometime before the end of the day. I am confident of that. I don't know. No, I can't plan. I don't know. The other thing to do is maybe even reduce it to 300, put the window beside it to see things that are approaching and see if it's coming from a good pattern. Hey, no problem, Chris. No, not to replace it. Well, no, I've actually replaced. This is actually 400 now, Sam. Okay, I did make it down to 400, but you could always, duplicate the window and make it 300. Not take the trades, but just see as they're approaching. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate my window, and then I'm going to just put it beside it, and see what happens. I mean, there was nothing magical. There was nothing magical about 500, nor is there anything magical about 500. Obviously, all I'm really trying to do is I want to see the ones that are maybe the most active. That's all. Elliot, does Trade Ideas have suggested buy and sell signals that I then enter manually? So the only buy and sell signals that are generated are from the AI, number one, okay? But if you're talking about, like everything else, so Elliot, can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear. This is a question from our YouTube room. I don't know if you're asking Chris or you're asking me. I don't know if Chris is still, I don't think Chris can talk anymore. But are you asking me that question? The only automatic generated buy signal, okay, it doesn't mean you have to take the trade right away, it's from the AI. Okay, so everything else you see here, these are ideas. They don't, so that doesn't mean that you just, this is not a buy signal. But if you were to buy it, okay, notice when I click on an alert, there's something that's called a smart stop that appears on the screen. Now you can use this as a guide as your stop. Okay? So again, but this is not a buy signal. These are ideas. The only true buy signal is from the AI. And again, it doesn't mean that every time you see a buy signal, it's going to work. But this is the only automated buy signal. These are just ideas. But when you click on an alert, you do get a line on the chart that says Smart Stop. And so you can use that as a guide. You don't have to follow it exactly, but so this is saying right now, if I took this long at 220 whatever, 228, my stop would be down here at 210. Okay, as a guide. Is there a way to limit Holly to 3 trades in a day? No. But are you talking about in auto trading to only have 3 trades? Probably. Let me just say probably. I thought there would be, I guess not. That's only in your, I'm surprised. I guess that is only in your, yeah. In the strategies you create, you can say how many, but I guess on the AI, no. Yeah, I thought, it's because here, well, here on this trading strategy, I can limit it to, I never know where this is, stop after sending 15 orders as an example, okay? But I guess that is not available with the AI. The reason being is that, the AI, statistically, in theory, you're supposed to take every one of them and okay, Jason, can you hear me? Can you see my screen? You've asked a question about 2 different charts of 2 different stocks, okay? Just want to make sure you can hear me before I go into my explanation. Okay, remember now, with E-Trade, it is really beta. Now, are you using your real money, or is it? Well, you must be using your real money. Be very careful, Panda. Okay, okay, just be very, very careful. Do not, because there are some. There, I mean, that's why I know it's listed here and it went out as a beta. It really shouldn't have. So be very, very careful. Okay, Jason. Okay, so there are only two options in the charts, Jason. If you left click on the chart, I'm sorry, right click on the chart, brings up this menu, and where it says properties, hover over, and then this box will show up. So there are only two options: symbol linking, checked or unchecked. See where it says symbol linking? So that's why I've got symbol linking is checked for these 6 time frames and unchecked for the SPY. That's why the SPY doesn't close or doesn't change. But that's why these all do change. Okay, so again, right click, properties, and then symbol linking. Check or uncheck. Okay? So yeah, please monitor it very, very closely. Hey, no problem, Jason. Okay, guys. Well, I am. You know what? I'm kind of waiting on this B Cove to see it. Has another little move higher here. I'm going to stick an alert just over 24. See if it moves over 24. There's no resistance really. I had to go back to 2012 before we saw these highs. So, as far as I'm concerned, you go back 9, 10 years. I mean, it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm following you, Jason. I see your questions as you are typing them in. Okay, so relative volume of 2 or 3 or 1 or zero point 0.5 or whatever number you put in there, what that's doing is it's saying there is a specific definition of it, but I'm going to give you, the easy definition. If I look at LTRX and the time is 125, right now the relative volume is 4.83. That means on average, and this is not quite exact, okay, but for our purposes, over the last 10 days, at this time, 125, it is trading 4.8 times normal. So it'll take the average, what it has normally done, up to 125 today. Over the last 10 days, what it has done up to 125 over the last 10 days, average that, and today it's doing 4.8 times that. Okay. Now, as far as bull and bear patterns, I'm not the guy, Jason. Okay, so what I would do is I would send that to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm not that type of trader, but we have other traders who definitely can help you. Okay, so just send that question. Okay, but did you understand my explanation of the relative volume? Relative volume is a super powerful filter. See how they just increased? When we were first looking at this, it was 4.37. Now it's 5.5. And that why? Because look at the volume that's coming in. So again, up to this point of the day, this is trading really abnormally. Well, Mike, I would like to take credit for it, but of course I cannot. I'm not a programmer at all. The gentleman's name is Philip Smolin. I mean, he was the originator back in 2003. One of the partners at Trade Ideas. He's the brains behind it all. Now we've had other developers. He's still with the company, of course, but he is the main architect of all this. Yeah, I mean there is a more concise definition. I will actually put it in. I'll just let you read it. Uses 30-day average volume, but it has I guess a 30-day, sorry, but an algorithm that breaks the day down to 22 time segments based on its historical volume. It is not linear throughout the day. That's the definition. Without getting into the weeds on it, just accept the fact that a big number like 6, that's pretty significant. Okay, I mean that means it's really, really trading abnormally. Okay, so Jason, maybe I'm not understanding. Well, yeah, if you make a new, you have to add the filters. I mean, if I make a new alert window, that's the whole idea of Trade Ideas. You add the filters that you want. So when you say blanks, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, here, for instance, I've got just a second here. I've got a topless window. I don't have the relative volume filter in here. So if I wanted so that's why, if I look, I think this is what you're talking about. It's blank. It's because you haven't added it. Why you see it a lot is because it's a very popular filter. And so they assume, the programmer, I guess, assumes that at some point you might want to add it. So you're going to have probably the popular ones. And so that's why you see it. Does that make sense? Okay, so now you're talking about in the alert. Okay, now I understand. You're talking about this. You're talking about the actual alert as opposed to the filter. You're talking about high relative volume, this one? 2 to... Yeah, it's a ratio. So the higher the ratio, the more, if you click on help, you click on help and it's going to give you an idea. Oh, okay, I'm not understanding your question. Okay. Okay, so and then more options below. So the higher the number, just the more, it's sort of like with the filter. The higher the number, the more extreme it's going to be in terms of volume. I can't help anymore. I can't help anymore. Okay, I mean, whatever it says here, there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing more I can add. I don't use this particular alert. I only use the filter. But I don't think it's limited to. You could put 50 in here if you want. Not 2 to 10. It's just going to mean that it's going to be super, super high relative volume, the higher that number. But you don't have to learn everything, Jason. That's the whole thing. Listen, if you go through every single alert and every single filter and think, how am I going to learn them all? You'll drive yourself crazy. And anybody, I'm not just talking to you. I don't think it's necessary to, absolutely learn every single nuance of our software. Just to tell you, though, that, a high relative volume means something abnormal is happening in terms of volume. And just accept it. Okay? As opposed to, okay, relative volume was an example. Well, again, unless there's some filter that you absolutely have to have and you're not understanding it, then okay, but okay, well, maybe I can help you there, Jason. You know, if you tell me what you're looking for. How does the odds maker decide when to buy or sell? Okay, well, the odds, are you talking about this odds maker here, like the backtest strategy? Or are you talking about the AI, Alex? This is probably semantics, but are you talking about this? Okay, so you're not talking about the AI. You're talking about backtesting. You're talking about backtesting. Well, that's up to you. Okay, well, that's you. How does it determine? Because you created a strategy and then you're asking it to backtest the strategy over a certain period of time. And every time any filter is met, and say you're looking for, and the trigger is a new high, it's going to generate, it's going to show you what would happen. So when you say, how does the odds maker decide when to buy or sell? It's not. It's just showing you what happened over the last 40 or 50 or 60 days. Okay? It's not deciding. It's looking back in history, and then but the whole idea of backtesting, in theory, is that you might think you've got a strategy that you like to try. So you want to backtest it. If it backtests well over a certain time period, the theory being, not 100% guaranteed, that going forward, if it produces the same results as what happened over the last 30, 40, 60 days, it could be a good strategy. Okay? So it's got nothing to do, it's not deciding, it's not telling you what to, I mean, it's like saying if this were a back-tested strategy, it's just telling me, here's an alert. Now, whether you buy on it. Yeah, but the calendar is just, but the calendar is looking in the past. That's where it would have taken the trade, because it met the filter requirements. Remember, the backtester, all it's doing is saying, okay, if I have these filters in place, okay, and my trigger is a new high, what would have happened if I backtest this for 60 days, 90 days, 63 trading days is the max, say 3 months, and I backtested it, and it showed me every single occurrence that these filters were met and a new high happened. Okay, that's all the calendar is telling. It's not saying, obviously it's not telling you to buy or anything. It's just showing you then what would have happened if you did that. And so if you have a strategy and all of a sudden, and it's testing at 75% winners and a 3 profit factor, back testing it, you might say to yourself, wow, that's a pretty good strategy. So going forward, it might give you confidence. When you get an alert from it that you have some confidence that, wow, it really back tested well, looking at all the occurrences, with these filters and the trigger in place. Well, in theory, I mean, that's the whole idea. That's what the AI does. I mean, that's in theory. These are strategies that have been these are strategies that have been back tested, and then they've been optimized for today, and these generate these results. Do they all work? Of course not. But so this would be real time. I mean, you're answering your own question. If you created a strategy that you thought was good, but you weren't quite sure, and you back tested it, and it tested well, 75% winners, a profit factor of 3, which means if you took the total value of all the winners divided by the total losses of all your losers, and you get a ratio of 3, that's very good. So you might say, okay, when I get an alert, I like that strategy. So tomorrow, after you've back tested it today, tomorrow you have your strategy running, and when you get an alert, you might have the confidence to take it. That's the logic behind it, to buy it in real time. Okay, I mean, am I explaining it correctly? So you could automate your strategy if you wanted to. Before I would do that, I would, use it in the simulator, practice with it, and see what would have happened. Yeah, so I mean that's the beauty of the simulator. You can practice your own strategies. You can practice. To automate you need our premium service. Okay, so I mean if you wanted to automate, a strategy that you thought was good after back testing it, go ahead. Just put it in the simulator. You turn the strategy on, like I've done here. I've turned it on. That's why these were taken automatically. Okay, Jason. So what you do is create the chart that you want, okay, with all the indicators on it. You can do one of two things. I mean, you can either then duplicate the chart or save as default. So every time you open a new chart, okay? So create one chart, it doesn't matter the time frame. Just create it, put all the indicators that you want to see on every chart, and then right click, save as default. So now every time you open a new chart, all those indicators will be there. Okay? NBY is, having a better day than yesterday. Look at this candle. Look at the size of this candle. Look at the volume, guys. Volume increasing. Yeah, well, I mean, I can't tell you exactly. I mean, here are the indicators. I don't know what you see. See, I'm using a development version. So you've got Bollinger Band width and Bollinger Band, and you just have to add them and follow the instructions. Yeah, I can't comment on Thinkorswim. Okay. Yeah, I can't comment. I don't know why. I don't have Thinkorswim, so I don't know. I have Bollinger Bands here. I've got the upper and lower. That's it. There's the upper. There's the lower. Oh no! Hey, don't worry, Jason. I mean, if you don't know, I mean, you have to. Some of this you have to be showing, and it's like people ask all the time, "How did I change the symbol on the chart?" you know, and you got to left click on the chart, and then you start typing, and hopefully this box pops up, and then you click on change or enter on your keyboard. But if you don't know to do that, then, you're trying to figure it out, scratching your head. Nope, Alex. I mean, listen, the reason I like this, well, you can look at my watch list. I think my watch list is pretty good too. Not every day, but you just have to look at my watch list. If you're brand new, the reason why I like this and even for myself, it's not just for brand new. Look how many alerts you have for the day. Okay? Very, very limited number. I mean, this is nice to see, and there'll be times where I'll do something here, but You know, I mean, you know, usually my options probably don't get more than 10 for the whole day. And they're not coming all at once. So if you're new, you know, less is better. And the other thing, practice. You know, just because, you know, just practice. If you've never traded before, even the mechanics of placing a trade, at least you can do it in the simulator, you know. And I remember the first time I made an online trade. I mean, my finger hovered over the buy button or the enter button on my computer. I think for about 30 seconds before I finally said, okay, do it. You know, I mean, I was scared. You know, the first time I ever, now this is, you know, a few years ago. But just the mechanics of trading, you know, you can do it here because if you have an Interactive Brokers account and ultimately maybe E-Trade and others, it's the same thing. It'll be exactly the same thing. It's the same window that you can use when you're in the simulator or here or trading your live account. So you'll get used to trading. Well, no, if it's a ratio, then it just use two. Yeah, yes, 200%, yes. Ratio, yes. Then that would be like 200%, yes. So if it's a ratio, like this is a ratio, this relative volume right there, that's a ratio 2.3 times. So that is a ratio. Where are the scanners? Eve. If you can find my homepage tab, right there, my homepage tab right there. You click on it, and you'll be brought to my home page, and then right here are my scans. Click here, and this is the scan I'm talking about, the moving higher with unusually strong options. But I'm sharing other scans. It's exactly the same as 200%. Yeah, it's exactly the same as 200% in that, but yeah, obviously 2 as a ratio is the same as 200%, yes. Okay? Boy, this one is still moving down. Look at IMUX. No, okay. So my home page, can you see my tab, my homepage tab? Can you see that tab that's called Barry's homepage? Okay, so when you click on that, you'll see this. You should see this, and then you see where it says click below to view the list of my scans, right here. And then click here, and here are the scans. Okay? Want to make sure you were able to get that. You know how to load a do you know how to load a scan? Okay, good. Okay, so Jason, just so you know, alerts are and functions alerts are or functions and filters are and functions. So I mean, you can put multiple alerts, you know, in an alert window, but you know, it's up to you. I typically just use one alert. You know, I always like to see new highs, but you can put multiple alerts in an alert window. So, if it was a new 5-minute high, you'd get an alert. If it was a new high for the day, you'd get an alert. If it was a new 30-minute high, you'd get an alert. Okay? But the filters are ands. So hopefully I'm answering your question. So here are the filters. So the price has to be between 1 and 20, and the current volume has to be 4, and minimum number 400,000 shares, and it has to be up 4% from the open, and. All of these are the ands, okay? They all have to be satisfied. So if that happens, and a stock makes a new high, I get an alert, a real-time alert. And I could add other alerts if I wanted to put a 5-minute high. Okay, so now I understand. So you can do that if you just want to focus on one stock. In the alert window, if you right click, configure, symbol lists. Okay, so again, in the alert window, right click, configure, symbol lists. This is a drop-down menu. All symbols, you can pick single symbol and then put your stock in here and say okay. So now that alert window will just track that one stock. Okay? Not typically done, but if that's what you want to do, you can do it. Did you get that, or did I go too quickly? I don't see any news on HSTO. I don't see any news in our headlines. All right, Jason, I think with the exclamation mark, you now know what to do. Okay, just a moment, please. Jason, there is another room too. It's the main room, as I call it. It looks like this. You can always come over there also. I mean, you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. But, and I'll just give you the link to what I call the main room. All right, guys, so it is 1:50 and today is Thursday, so you know what that means. 2 o'clock, marketing meeting, whoop-de-doo. You're in the main room, Alex. You're already here. Yeah, no kidding. CLSK, it's out of the range I like to trade, but 37 is the high. So if it can somehow can take out 37, and it's got a shot to get up to that 42 level. So Alex, you're in the main room. This is the main room. Well, it's the same in terms of they see my screen and they can hear me. All right. The reason why I call this the main room, I've got all the tabs here. Way easier for me to hand out links, things like that. Plus, there are a lot more traders in this room, so there's just more going on. Oh, There's nothing wrong with YouTube. I mean, some people just want to hear me. That's fine. Or they just want to hear me and see my screen. They don't care about interaction, and that's fine. Wow, no kidding, Pop. Wow. No kidding. Well, he's going to be happy. Dan's got a whack. Dan's got about 1,000 shares down here of CCIV. If you've watched the Q&As, that's all he talks about. And he's held on through everything. Okay, Bruce. So you were Jason in the other room, and now you're Bruce here. Okay, that confused me. Well, Zach, you said something about you were hearing, quote unquote, $60 was the potential of the merger. Okay. I haven't even looked. Oh, I see the market actually put in a nice little bar here. A nice little green candle here out of this consolidation. Interesting. Wow. So this is now over those highs. 37. Wow. I mean, it just accelerated in the last. Just as we were talking, it looked like it popped $2. CLSK. So that's an AI alert, guys. 11%, 34.49 on the alert. I mean, it's pretty whippy, but on this one, Epics 2803 on the alert to short down to 26.91. It's an example of what's happened today in the AI. And again, this is all automated. There's nothing for you to do. You just load the chart or load this window. You need our premium service. Load the window. Strategy trades all. And incorporate the window as part of your layout so you don't have to do it every day. You need our premium service for that. And then to get that window from the toolbar, click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And again, this would be your window. No, I really like this one from the AI guys. I mean, it's an earnings play. This could had a nice pop. This could be a multi-dayer. A lot of people ask. I mean, is the AI or trade ideas only good for day trading? Well, no. I mean, you decide how you want to if you want to hold a position. So, for instance, if you were in this, if you got in around 23, so you're already positive. If it continues like this, and you look left and there's no resistance, I mean, you can make up your mind. You can say, well, I'll hold this. I mean, if it crashes back down below the entry and moves down, then obviously you wouldn't do it. But I mean, if it closes well, you can make up your mind if it fits, your mindset. Yeah, I'll hold this. It had earnings. Obviously, the reaction is fantastic. Day trading, swing trading, it's just a mindset. How comfortable are you? All right, guys, so this marketing meeting is going to start in about 2 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just put myself on mute. On mute. Or actually, I'll get the announcement in first. I don't have to put myself on mute quite yet. Okay, just before I go into the meeting, LKCO. Uh, well, okay, I mean, a lot of volume today, yes, a lot of volume. It's a China stock. You know, I had that spike way up here 2 days ago, 3 days, 2 days ago. Right now, I don't see the edge. Okay, I mean, it is pulled back. It is off the bottom of yesterday for sure, but it's still a little bit frothy. I mean, look at the topping tail here. There's one here, so their selling is still taking place. So I don't see the edge right now. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute right now, and I'll All right, guys, I'm back, and I hope you guys were watching Bloomin', BLMN. It finally took out that 2410 area, and now let's see if it can do a little more rippage here because it doesn't. It has no resistance. Listen, when I say that, I have no idea where it's going, but at least we don't have to worry about the chart resistance. Again, if you look at that weekly chart, that's what I was looking at right there. So it's above that, and you have to go back to 2012 for these levels. So I honestly don't think that that's a big deal. Look at that daily candle. It's an earnings play. You know, I mean, it might keep going tomorrow. You know, second day continuation off earnings. So I would say we are. Let's see. I think I can put a big check mark right there for all four of these at some point for Flint, SUPV, EBON, and Bloomin'. You know, you just have to look at where the original alerts happened and on the time, and you can see what happened afterwards. Somebody mentioned CCV, or were they wanting to say CCIV? I'm really interested in this one, guys. I know it's you know there's no point in getting into it yet, but when Churchill is done with CCIV, and what a tremendous win for them, CCIV. When they're done with this one, you know I'm sure they're going to turn their attention to CCV. That's next in line. Just Roman numerals, guys, in case you don't know. But I don't think, I'm not sure that there is a target that has been announced yet. I don't think so anyway, for CCV. All right, I'm just checking to see if there were any questions while I was gone. I was scrolling through. I don't see any questions. If I haven't answered a question, then just repost it, please. Okay, so RI, the usual reason, if you're using, it doesn't matter whether it's an alert window or a top list window. If you right click and check your configuration, if you're using the relative volume filter in the pre-market, it won't work. Okay, you will get no data. After hours should be fine, but you will get no data. So that's the first thing. So right click on your window. Okay, first of all, is it a top list window or is it an alert window? Does it say A or does it say T in the upper left-hand corner? Because that's typically the reason. You've got the relative volume filter, blocks all data in the pre-market. Yeah, I really can't give opinions like that. Swinging Walmart, I'm not a swing trader like that. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I just don't have a feel for something like swinging on Walmart, or it had earnings. I guess pre-market, obviously not good. I mean, right now, swing to go long. I mean, right now, I'd be waiting. You know, who knows where the bottom's going to be. You would hope that 135 might hold it, or down here, but T window. Okay, so two things. Here's a topless window. Okay, so if you configure, and if you do have, sorry, if the relative volume filter is one of your filters, bad example. Let me give you another one here. Okay, so if one of the filters you're using is the relative volume filter, then you have to get rid of it. Number one. Okay, so if you're not using it, then the next step is to check this server sort. And if it's sorting on relative volume, you have to sort on something else. More than likely, it's because you've got relative volume as one of your filters. And if you have that, then no data will come through in the pre-market. Okay? All right, guys. CBLI actually starting to crawl back a little bit here. I had kind of high hopes for this one. I thought maybe this would hold this area a little bit, and then it had merger news, and after hours it got all the way up to 1960. I thought maybe, if it held a little bit, we might see a bit of a pop, but it's curling back a little, but I don't know. So was that it? Was that it, RI? You had the relative volume filter? You too, Thomas. Well, guys, that's right. I don't have I had my sound icon turned off, but so this one was on my watch list. It didn't trigger. It did trigger. It just triggered at 159. Oh, I see. It did trigger 1398. So it actually did trigger. I'm just looking at some of the ones on my watch list that did not trigger because they didn't meet the filter requirements. Yeah, I begrudgingly put this on my watch list. JAGX. Boy, unbelievable. It's actually gone negative now. So my guess, of course, is that MJ is on its way down too. Yeah. So you know what? Looks like the party's over. I mean, if this doesn't hold here, see what happens tomorrow. But remember, guys, Tilray released earnings, after hours yesterday, all the way up to $36, down to $29 now, and just fading more and more. You almost have to disregard this. This is just the Wall Street bet stuff, so you almost have to disregard that candle, the top. All right. So it was a quiet day, but all four are great. It was a quiet day for the option scanner, but all four are great. Well, I shouldn't say are great. Were at some point during the day great. Are meaning they are not all great now, but at some point during the day, you had an opportunity to make good percentage increases. All right, one moment, please. Well, again, if you've got my scanner, you know it's saying wow over and over again. I'm actually gonna have to make up my mind if I want to. It depends how it closes. If I'm going to swing this one, this Bloomin' Brands BLMN. It's an okay float, 80 million in the float. So I have sometimes a very tough time swinging something with like hardly any shares in the float because anything could happen. I don't think they're going to do a financing. They're not a bio, so they shouldn't be doing a financing. I don't know if it's close to an all-time high. I had to go back to 2012 before I saw anything. That's why I didn't really consider, any. There's not like I don't consider this resistance. Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I thought this was 2012. Well, it's 5 years ago. 6 years ago. Man, we're to 2021. This is 6 years ago. I guess these are the highs. Must have been looking at something else. Maybe I only saw this. But anyway, you're right. 26, 29. I mean, it's getting close. But that's 6 years ago. Yeah, well, so your column is blank. That's right, because the relative volume is only calculated once the market opens, Todd. Okay? It's really that simple. Relative volume takes a look at uh, the relative volume over the last, I guess now it's 30 days at a certain time period during market hours. So it's trying to compare, the market's not open yet, so there's no data. That's the reason. Okay? And wow, wow, wow. And here's wow. Yeah, so this is something that I do every night. Once the market closes, I start my scanning to create the watch list for tomorrow. Okay, and to access it, you have to click from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List. My watch list. Remember, this is a layout, but you can take these three windows and add them to your layout if you want. And nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. So this is a watch list, of course, that's attached to this window, to this alert window. And of course, the watch list has, eyeballing it, probably what, 30, 35 symbols in it. These are the ones that made it out because they met all the requirements. Okay, Todd, so did you understand my answer to your question about the relative volume? We do not, well, no, well, we don't scan for crypto here, Chris. So, we trade some of the stocks, but we don't trade the actual currency. We don't trade Bitcoin in here. It doesn't scan. It's not a scanner based on that. But obviously, the individual crypto plays, like Mara and Riot and all that, we trade them here. But not the currency itself, no. We don't do futures, Forex. I did it. ONTX? What does that mean? You did it. ONTX. Oh, you mean look left and the room it's got? Yeah, it's got room. Big float, 191, but it's traded maybe by the end of the day it'll trade the float. Volume has certainly been picking up. Oh, I see. I need your push, Barry. I see. I understand now. Sorry, I'm not getting. I didn't even see your post. I see now what you're talking about. Only stocks, exactly. Yes. Tate. Whoa, it was shortable too. Shoot, wish I'd seen that one. I don't know if William, you're still in the room, or real, but wow, what a pop up here. Great short that top. Look at all these topping tails. This is not, you hate, well, hate. I mean, you see daily charts that look like this, you just run. Well, yeah, the relative volume filter only starts calculating once the market opens because it's looking at volume between 9:30 and 4 o'clock, yes. It doesn't take into account volume in the pre-market, therefore it'll be blank. Yes, so the question from the YouTube room was how to increase the font. So if you click on tools from the toolbar, click on tools and then options. So from the toolbar, click on tools, options. And then in general, it defaults to general. You see fonts down here. Okay, and then you can just pick the font. Well, you can pick the font you want and the size. You want it bolded, whatever, okay? And then save it. And that's how you do it. Okay, did you get that, Todd? All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the end, so the last thing I like to do just a little bit of a recap from my homepage and what you'll find there. Okay, so if you click on the tab here, and I popped a link into the YouTube room, but if you click on the tab here that's called Barry's homepage, this is what you'll see. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year, and that's the promo code you can use. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I'm going to try to do my recap again. That stupid thing disappears on me, but I'm going to try to do it again. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, including this beautiful one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Beautiful. Lots of education right here. I really, really recommend that if you are new to Trade Ideas, and even if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can take a look at this, the 20 lessons in 20 days. But if you have Trade Ideas, really take a look at this. You know, it goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas, top lists, alert windows, etc. And if you don't have the product, you can see what some of the basic features we have. So I really recommend that you take a look at that. We also have daily support sessions from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. This is the link, of course, to the free room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here, and they're all archived. More educational videos are here, and trading ebooks that we created are here. So there's a lot of information on my homepage. Yeah, well, all you have to do is just copy the link, Chris. It's not on the website. It's not on our website. This is this is something I created, so it's not on the website. So all you have to do is just, I guess, click on the link and then just save it if you want. We used to have it a lot better organized. Our homepage has to be revamped, in my opinion. It's got stuff from years and years and years and years ago. Let me just see what I see. I'm just checking here to see how, you're right. I mean, it's just not organized the same way. Used to be that when you click on the link, you would see Trade of the Week webinars. You would see the Wednesday Q&A. You would see all that. Let me just see. I mean, this is crazy that. You know what? Maybe there's another link. Why don't you send something to info@trade-ideas.com and ask where the archived webinars are, how to access previous webinars. Because I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure. All right, guys, are there any other questions? I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait to see what this little gem is going to bring us tomorrow. I really can't. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Okay, guys. Well, thanks a lot for all the help. I will open the room tomorrow at, just a minute here. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.